to have that kind of value prop?
It's someone who could potentially invent something like this new test time compute, this reasoning paradigm that we've seen with the latest OpenAI models, Google's models, those kind of step changes in how the models behave, where the companies that deploy these models can eke out billions more of revenue from them, can really generate a lot of hype. And this industry is just really new. There's just not a lot of people that have been studying this stuff. And so if I had to actually put a number on it, and I've talked to people who have a sense of it, there's maybe 2,000 people in the world max who could build a frontier model that OpenAI needs. So when you look at that kind of supply and demand with the CapEx being spent here, it actually makes a lot of sense. And there's a lot with how Mark Zuckerberg has been structuring these offers that it's also not as insane as people think.
That's what I wanted to ask you. We hear these numbers, $1 billion here or hundreds of millions of dollars there, and you also start to think about the culture wars that would take place inside a business where you have somebody come aboard. If they know that they're getting these kind of big paydays, I'm not sure why they wouldn't put their feet up on the desk. And by the way, what about the person who's in the cube right next to them who's not getting that payday?
Well, what's not being reported about a lot of these offers, especially the ones Meta's been making, is that they're structured like executive pay. These are not your typical restricted stock unit offers that big tech employees get where it's guaranteed on a vesting schedule. These are, highly correlated to performance targets, both at the company level and at the individual level. They're structured like executive pay. You've got some VPs at some of these big tech companies that because of the run up in the stock price, they're already making tens of millions a year. And these aren't even people in the AI field. So the money that's in tech right now is already very bubbly, and AI just adds a lot onto that.
Alex, help us with this. On the screen right now, you probably can't see it. It says Meta Platforms. Oh, actually, on my screen, not yours. Meta, Amazon, Apple, Alphabet. Alphabet obviously has an investment in Anthropic along with Google. How would you stack rank right now, given that I know you've played with ChatGPT-5? I did it all weekend. By the way, Joe, I still have not managed to make your app as well as it needs to be done. We'll work on that.
People are one.
I know they want that app. I know. Alex, so which of these, when you sort of stack rank the quality of them and how close they are or not in terms of quality, what does it look like to you?
In terms of the names on this screen, it's definitely Google number one. Google, out of all of big tech, is wildly ahead on AI. You've got Meta. I would actually put it number two, given the talent density, especially in the last few months. Amazon, and then Apple. It's really hard to overstate how behind Apple is right now from a talent perspective.
And where would you put OpenAI if it was on this screen?
I would put OpenAI right with Google. They're definitely, it's OpenAI, Anthropic, Google. Those three are always kind of neck and neck as the top place for talent. But in terms of the public companies, Google has a huge amount of talent density. A thing I've heard is that they're actually not even matching a lot of these OpenAI or Meta offers. They're letting people go because they know they have such a deep bench, and Gemini is doing so well for them.
What do you think Apple ultimately does then?
They need to make an acquisition. The problem is Apple has not been active in this space. They don't do investments. So the names that they would need to buy, Anthropic is probably the most obvious one. Anthropic has a huge, ownership position on their cap table from Amazon. Google's also an investor. So the hyperscalers have already really put their names down on all of these big private labs, and Apple just hasn't been in this game, and they don't like to spend big. They're going to need to spend 50 billion plus realistically to get one of these core teams. And have we ever seen them do something like that? Not to say they couldn't, but it's just not in Apple's DNA. And they've also just been so out of the loop on this talent market to date. It's really hard to see.
ChatGPT-5, good enough to, some people said it could be an Anthropic killer if it got the coding piece of this right.
Well, something people didn't really notice last week is that OpenAI got Cursor, the hottest vibe coding startup in the world right now, which I've heard is maybe a third of Anthropic's revenue, to switch to GPT-5 as their default model, which really shows how plug and play these models have become. And if you're Anthropic and you're just at the model layer and you don't own the consumer interface, you're really at risk of being disintermediated by a company with a better model, which OpenAI showed with Cursor last week.
Okay, final question, two actually, now that you're raising these issues. I always thought that the lock-in effect for this kind of stuff long-term would be the persistent memory. That's something that OpenAI does have right now. And I would imagine the lock-in effect that maybe Google could have, given all the data they already have from you, so that you wouldn't actually be swapping in and out depending on where the model is. Do you believe that or no?
I think that's totally right, but we're still so early in that. I mean, yes, ChatGPT has memory. It still doesn't work with all your apps. It doesn't work across your devices on your phone the way that it should. Google doesn't work across all its properties the way that it should, right? Gemini can't work with your Google Calendar. I think personally, I don't think it works as easy as it should. So yeah, that is the lock-in effect, is data and scale and network effects, almost like what we saw with social media, which is why you see these AI labs also thinking about social media and Grok being put into X, for example. It's that data flywheel. And so, yeah, OpenAI needs to do a lot more.
Okay, Alex, they're playing the music out. So last question, we asked it to Sam Altman too. Elon Musk making this comment online about how Microsoft, or rather OpenAI, is going to eat Microsoft's lunch even though they're partners. What do you think he was trying to say, and what do you think of whatever he was saying?
He wants to eat OpenAI alive, so I think he's definitely going to say that.
Okay, Alex, thank you. Appreciate it. Nice to see you.
Do you watch Polymarket on this?
I watch Polymarket. I watch Kalshi. Yeah.
On who's got the best AI model?
Yes.
They're saying Gemini.
Gemini. A lot of people think Gemini is great.
It flipped with the introduction of one.
I will say that, I don't know if Alex is still with us, ChatGPT 5, for me, has been a little bit slower.
And
because
Gemini, after that, Gemini is now...
It's interesting. No, so the issue for me on ChatGPT 5 is it used to be that you could actually pick your model, so you could have
Investing. You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. You're not a child playing a game. This is grown-up business. The real thing. You know wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
Take your business from launch to legendary with Shopify. Sell more with the world's best converting checkout and turn analytics into opportunities so you can scale further, faster. Take your business to a whole new level. Switch to Shopify. Start your free trial today.
You could spend all day sorting your employees' expenses. Or you could let Ramp do it.
I like that.
Never chase a receipt again. Ramp. Love finance.
At your next big event, everything needs to feel just right. From the presentation to the products, 4Imprint provides outstanding branded gear, guaranteed to show up sharp and right on time. That's the certainty of 4Imprint. Check out 4Imprint.com.
4Imprint.
Unique flavors. There's an H-E-B Creamy Creations flavor for every craving in Texas. Just one more reason. Here, everything's better.
Nope, you're not imagining it. The average grocery bill is now at its
Now at its highest point in over a decade. There's no sunny side to this. Egg prices are...
Your coffee run is costing more these days. Drivers are paying more.
Prices are up, but not at Metro. We've lowered prices, and you get a 5-year price guarantee. One line of unlimited 5G is now $40, period. And a free Samsung 5G phone. Go online or in-store to learn more. Only at
Coming up, a read on the consumer. Steve Leisman has got some new numbers on spending from the CNBC NRF Retail Monitor. You're going to want to hear this to understand where pricing is going and maybe where the Fed may go next. That's right after this.
Hey, I got her a little something.
A little something, Dad?
Oh, hi. Walt rolled his 401k accounts into an Empower IRA and planned for times like this. So I say, let a Gramps be a Gramps.
Okay, just promise me it doesn't make a lot of noise.
Go, baby, go!
Hey, Grandpa!
Get good at money so you can be a little bad. Empower.
At AT&T Business, we confidently guarantee our network. What we can't guarantee, enough hours in the workday. Or your projects always going as planned.
3 days, max.
Oof, more like 3 weeks. Hey. And closing up shop on time?
Still open? Sure. Yes. They're open.
Not tonight. But with AT&T Business, you can get the connectivity you depend on, or we'll make it right.
I never considered myself an alcoholic, but drinking affected my job, health, and relationships. A powerful medication helped me take back control. Now I no longer feel the urge to drink, and the same pill that helped me could help you. Text TV to 710-710 to learn more.
I never thought this would happen.
Never thought this would happen.
I never thought this would happen.
We got you.
We got you.
We got you.
When the unexpected comes calling, call the one team prepared for what no one can predict.
We got you.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We've grown or assembled right here in the U.S.
so we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the +1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
Well, later this week, the government is going to release retail sales data. First, though, we have the CNBC NRF Retail Monitor for you. Ready to go this morning. Senior economics reporter Steve Leisman joins us now with the numbers. Hey, Steve.
Morning, Joe. The CNBC NRF Retail Monitor jumped to its best monthly gain since we began assembling the data in 2022. That's a likely sign of some combination of a resilient consumer, big midsummer promotions from retailers, and possibly tariff-fueled inflation. The NRF Monitor, it's fueled by real credit card spending data from Affinity Solutions. It jumped 1.5% in July from a negative 0.3% in June. The measure is ex-autos and gas. Total retail sales year over year up a strong 5.9% from 3.2. Core retail, which also removes restaurants, rose 1.6 on the month from that negative 0.3. Year over year was also 5.9%. July included Amazon's Prime Day, Walmart deals, Target Circle Week, and other chain midsummer promotions. The National Retail Federation pointed to those kind of promotions as potentially propelling sales, but said there was more. Quote, they said in their release or their commentary, we may be seeing growing inflationary impacts from tariffs since recent data show price increases in commodity goods, particularly non-durables. The monthly chart has turned choppy. You can see there could be a sign of the front running we saw before the tariffs, then a retrenchment after, and now maybe a rebound and some inflation. So it could be a combination of all of that in there. By sector, gas stations up a strong 2.7, but so were sporting goods and hobby stores up 2.4. General merchandise had a good month, 2%. Clothing accessories still strong, 1.7. Restaurants and bars, though, that not a sector that should have much tariff inflation. That was also up a strong 1%, less likely to have tariffs inside of those numbers. Moving on, what you can see here is the NRF added that wages are growing faster than inflation, so consumers have the ability to keep spending. The consensus for Friday for the census data, 0.5% gain with 0.3% ex-autos, Joe.
Is this any of that surprising to you, given maybe we're seeing some weakness in the labor market? We keep hearing anecdotally maybe consumers are a little bit strapped. And then we hear, I don't know, we keep hearing how young people have no money to spend. They're barely making it paycheck to paycheck. It's weird, but the consumer seems okay.
I mean, if you look across the board, what I was interested in, Joe, was some of the discretionary items. Then I looked up the inflation stuff in there. Household furnishings looks like there's some inflation there. Appliances as well. Sporting goods were negative, though, year over year. Toys up 0.8%. So there is some tariff inflation bleeding through, but there are also some gains from the consumer on the discretionary side. So people are employed. As the NRF said, wages are going up faster than inflation. So there is some spending power there.
Right.
It's a very mixed picture, and it's very choppy. And we'll see how much the Fed takes from all of this data this week. You have the inflation data coming, the retail sales data coming. So we'll get a better picture of at least what the data say now about the economy by the end of this week.
If you add additional potential replacements for Jay Powell, does that mean you're dissatisfied with the list that you had? Steve, is that how you would read that?
I'm not sure, Joe. You would know better than I would how the president operates. I'm wondering if it's a distraction or some kind of way of just saying, I don't know. I mean, maybe he doesn't like he's not happy with the two Kevins. There's this other gentleman there who was a former Bush economic advisor, and we all must be very excited. He's thinking about Jim Bullard.
I know,
but
he's
the
smart.
question is, does Bullard represent the kind of wholesale change that maybe the president wants to affect over at the Federal Reserve?
Someone says American Idol actually did add contestants one season midway, but it was after the season after COVID. But I don't usually, like The Apprentice, if you're off, you're off. If you're fired, you're fired.
Is that what this is, Joe? A reality game show that we're somehow involved
we were trying to figure that out. Normally, you don't add if you've already gotten rid of some people and you've narrowed it down. You don't suddenly add,
That's
2 or 3.
what he said. I will make one quick point, though. The market on the probability scale is not buying Bowman's third cut this year. If you look at it, it's only 42% for that third cut and 60 plus in January. So they're not really buying that third cut right now. It's hot for September, cooler for October, and then cooler again for a third cut in December.
All right, Leisman. See you later. Thanks. Coming up, new data on the return to the office and the impact on commercial real estate. That story's next.
Sir, it seems that the Gladiator is getting a lot of positive social sentiment.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Earning a degree doesn't have to mean starting from scratch. At University of Maryland Global Campus, it means building your next success on the foundation of life experience. UMGC values the successes you've already achieved. That's why you can earn up to 90 credits from prior learning and life and job experience toward our bachelor's degree programs.
No application fee if you apply by September 3rd at umgc.edu.
At Interactive Brokers, independent RIAs work with the best research and trading tools designed to help them outperform the markets. Meet them at Interactive Brokers Investors Marketplace for Advisors. Advisors at Interactive Brokers keep all they earn on our low-cost platform with no ticket fees or custody charges, low margin rates, and high interest earned on idle cash. To get better results, get a better platform. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Make sure I'll get 3 for $5 because they ain't advertising it, honey.
Oh, we're advertising it. Get 3 pieces of our crispy, juicy signature chicken for just $5. How's that?
Let's go to Popeyes.
Flavors. There's an H-E-B Creamy Creations flavor for every craving in Texas. Just one more reason. Here, everything's better.
Bill Burr, Jim Gaffigan are not funny.
What?
They're hilarious.
You know it's not a good joke when you have to explain it.
Brand new stand-up specials, now streaming.
Welcome back to Squawk Box this morning. The push to get more workers back to the office, and apparently, finally, it may be working. This could have some big implications for the beleaguered office market. Diana Olick joins us now with more. How many years are we since the pandemic now, getting back to the office?
I think we're on 5. We're definitely on 5. But look, in just the past year, U.S. companies made more progress in getting employees back to the office than at any time since the pandemic began in 2020. This is according to a new report from CBRE. Nearly 3/4 of the 184 companies surveyed said they have met their attendance goals, up from 61% last year. Now, the share of companies monitoring attendance jumped to 69% this year from 45% last year, and those enforcing attendance policies rose to 37% from just 17%. Companies in the survey said they want employees in the office an average of 3.2 days a week. Actual attendance, though, is still slightly below that. Now, more companies said they expect to expand their office footprints rather than contract. That's according to the survey. Obviously, there has been a big slowdown in office development, as well as a surge in conversions to residential. 67% of companies said they will either keep their office footprints the same or expand within the next 3 years. That's up from 64% a year ago. Now, for expansion, most pointed to business or headcount growth. About a third said they will reduce their space, but that's down from 36% last year and 53% in 2023. Overall, office vacancies are just 18.9%, just under the 30-year high of 19%, so still very high. The wild card, of course, in all of these numbers, as with everything else, is tariffs. Now, this and other big plays were in our latest Property Play newsletter. The next one is out tomorrow. If you haven't signed up yet, there's still time. It's free, cnbc.com/Property Play, or use that handy-dandy QR code. Andrew, I hope you've signed up. Big stories tomorrow.
I just like that it's handy-dandy.
It is.
Diana, thank you. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon. You handy-dandy over there, Joe?
Handy-dandy. I'm feeling it, yeah.
Jazz hands. Coming up, gold prices falling this morning. No jazz hands for gold.
Tim Waltz.
After a run-up to record highs. Details after the break, but you could have diamond hands, too, these days. That's what we should say. You shouldn't say jazz hands, diamond hands. Later, former federal vice chair Roger Ferguson, he's going to join us. We're going to talk about some of the new names under consideration to be the next Fed chair with him. He knows what it's like to be in the room. Squawk Box coming right back.
See, I made this one crooked.
This moment, story time for Sarah. It means everything to them and to all of us. At Evernorth, we make complex care journeys simpler with comprehensive coordinated care for better patient outcomes. Now, Sarah's grandma doesn't spend all day at the infusion center. She gets her treatment at home with Evernorth's specialty pharmacy, Accredo. So Sarah never misses story time. Evernorth Specialty Services, because every moment counts.
In the age of AI, smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
never thought this would happen.
When disaster takes control of your life,
We got you.
get it back with a single call to the team that shows up fast to make things right. ServPro, like it never even happened.
The recipe for a long, healthy life? It starts with gently cooking our food to give your dog the nutrients they need without the ultra-processing. Get 50% off your first box only at thefarmersdog.com.
I cannot believe everything at Fabletics is 80% off right now. With Fabletics, you know you're getting all the latest styles and colors. So fill your closet today with 80% off your entire first order when you sign up as a new VIP. Only at Fabletics.com.
With 4imprint, you get more than promo products. You get the certainty of personal service, design expertise, and unmatched quality to make your moment shine. Be 4imprint certain at 4imprint.com.
4imprint for certain. Every day, I'm checking the markets throughout the trading session, working the phones, talking to sources to share insights, information, and all of the details that you need to make money.
Closing bell overtime for Easter and streaming on CNBC Plus.
It's about a minute before 8 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Joe Kernan along with Andrew Ross Sorkin. And among our top stories this morning, Intel CEO Lip Bhutan is reportedly going to visit the White House today. The Wall Street Journal says that Tan is expected to have a wide-ranging talk with the president, explaining his personal and professional background. Fed Governor Michelle Bowman says she's more confident now in her forecast that the central bank should cut interest rates 3 times before the end of the year. Bowman suggests recent weak job data underscores why she thinks the Fed should do that, and her concerns about fragility in the labor market, and less worried about the inflation generated by the tariffs than she had been. And the Trump administration is interviewing candidates to head the Bureau of Labor Statistics after the president fired the previous head earlier this month. Again, here the Wall Street Journal reports one of the candidates being interviewed is E.J. Antony. No kidding, he's on a lot with us. The chief economist at the Heritage Foundation, just on a couple weeks ago on one of our panels on Friday. Andrew, this is...
I want to get straight to Mike Santoli. He's down at the New York Stock Exchange. There's so much going on this morning, Mike. What's on your radar?
There is plenty going on. The market is kind of taking it all in with this just a gentle lift. You know, we closed the S&P 500 last week, Andrew, just about at the old closing high. It spent all of last week within the range of the prior week, so sort of resettling here, at least at the index level. You see how we've kind of flattened out over the last couple of weeks, digesting that big move higher. Obviously, not unusual to go sideways for a while after a good run. We'll see what comes next, because there has been some pullbacks in the majority of stocks under the surface. In fact, look at how the index has managed to get there. NASDAQ 100 really reflecting most of the Mag 7 AI-related trade relative to the equal-weighted version of the S&P 500. Now, this is a 1 year. The good news, the equal-weighted has up 10% in last year. Not too bad. Actually, also 10% annualized or thereabouts for the last 3 years for the equal-weight, but not even keeping pace with the NASDAQ 100. And that split, again, is getting a little bit wide. You also saw something similar back here in the early part of the year up until that February peak. And so it is getting a little bit skewed in that direction. Again, a lot more talk about the concentrated index. Now, on the flip side of that, what kinds of stocks do people not seem to have much interest in? Traditional defensive. This is a 5-year look. So you got the S&P 500 up 92%. That's healthcare, that's consumer staples, essentially sideways for years now. And, you know, as a percentage of the overall market, they're actually pretty much at record lows. So, you know, you probably need a recession scare and lower interest rates and some kind of change in the cycle for tech to have these groups move up. But it does show you that the market is sort of leaning pretty heavily in one direction, guys.
Okay, Mike, thank you for that. Meantime, talking about leaning heavily one way or the other, gold prices falling from a record high. This after the White House announced plans to issue an executive order addressing what they're describing as misinformation about potential tariffs on gold bars. And joining us right now to discuss all of this is Urs Dur, principal at Zeus Industrial. Good morning to you. Help us understand what this either misinformation is or is not.
Well, all I know is what we've been reading, so let's see what the EO says. But if it is a 39% tariff on gold, that would have been over the last, year, $24 billion worth of tariffs from Swiss gold alone. And that changes the price dynamic of gold. There's three legs of gold trading in the world, Switzerland, London, and New York. If you make gold more scarce, it's finite. It's going to push the price higher, right? So it causes disruption, and uncertainty has pushed gold higher in the first place. So there you have it.
What do you make, by the way, of the fact that gold has risen, and yet the equity market has remained relatively high? Sometimes these things go in the opposite directions.
Right. So it's interesting. I was on in March, and I was saying there might be better trades than gold, and it was at a record high, and it went up by yet another $300-400. The markets also rebounded after Liberation Day very well. And so people seem happy, investors seem happy there. But we have the dollars weakening. We have an expectation of interest rates coming down. There's still a tremendous amount of geopolitical uncertainty, as you can see from events around the world that are intense at this moment. We have a summit coming up next Friday with Putin and Trump. This kind of uncertainty keeps gold up there, as well as the dollar's been weakening despite interest rates staying the same. So as the dollar weakens, gold gets more valuable. So there's various fundamentals that are pushing this. A lot of uncertainty helps it.
Do you want to relate this to what's going on in crypto?
Yeah, I don't know enough about crypto to be overly critical of it. All I know is that it's new, that it is.
You don't have to be critical of it. You could be bullish on it. I'm just trying to understand one of the things that we are seeing.
Yeah. No, I fundamentally, I think I understand it. I like it. I think it's here to stay. But I sound a little critical in that gold has a 75-year CAGR of 9%, and crypto's brand new and all over the place. So if I'm going to be an investor and I just want a nice return in something that's safe and finite, I'm going to go to gold. If I want to gamble, I'm going to go to crypto.
How many troy ounces was that, the base of that glass thing that Tim Cook gave Donald, the president, do you think? Or
24 carats, right?
I don't know, so I wouldn't know, but that's quite a nice gift. Yeah, I wouldn't think that Trump is creating policies to generate his own wealth in his gold holdings. I hold gold in my own PA, but yeah, I wouldn't know how much that weighs.
I mean, $1 million of gold is not. How many? What do you buy now? You can't buy Krugerrands anymore, can you? Those are long gone. Or what do you buy? Like a Canadian maple something or other, or American Eagle?
I mean, there's a lot of coins out there that you can buy physically. There's gold bars that you can buy. The kilo bar in Switzerland has been preferred.
I mean, $1 million worth of gold is like you could put that in a little safe.
Yes.
Carry it around.
So, and there are a lot of people who do that, believe it or not, in Fairfield County and Westchester County.
Yeah. We got to go, Urs. How long is the lift line? And I just want to know about the snow quality behind you there.
Oh, well, that's just a favorite hotel of mine. I'm Swiss by background as well, so I'm sort of watching this Swiss tariff situation pretty closely. But yeah, no, it just keeps me cool in the summer. It's just
I just thought maybe you get a little slushy given all the sun you got on that, all the sun on the snow there.
That's a shot I took last February, and it was stunning, and it's a great place to go skiing. But right now, it's hiking.
It's very pretty. We can dream. We can dream in the summer. Urs, thank you for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Gold will move a little higher.
All right.
Take care.
You too. Coming up, the Wall Street Journal reporting that President Trump's team is expanding its search for the next Fed chair. Talk about that next. That gentleman right there might be on the list, James Bullard, actually. And later, what to expect from the president's meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. And will Ukraine's President Zelensky be invited? And what the talk could mean for a possible ceasefire. Squawk Box coming right back.
these eyes.
These eyes?
These eyes make a statement.
They take it all in.
These eyes I got from my mom, which I got from my mom, which I got from my mom.
They helped me bake this.
Nail this?
These eyes are important to me.
Because they're the only ones I've got.
That's why I take them here, to America's Best.
With a team of doctors and associates who believe every
eye deserves better.
especially these ones.
America's Best. Every eye deserves better.
Don't miss a members-only event.
You want to trade? We may not be for you. You want to invest? Come to the right place.
Join the CNBC Investing Club to access Jim's monthly meeting. Go to cnbc.com/monthly meeting.
When life calls for more, Mazda answers. With more adventure, more grip, and confidence. The Mazda CX-50, assembled in America, and the Mazda CX-5. Discover more at the Mazda Summer Sales Event. Current inventory remains unaffected by new tariffs.
Take advantage of one of these exceptional offers during the More to Move You sales event.
Watch the best animation together in one place.
It's the awesomest place on earth!
Yeah! Hulu Animehead, your animation destination.
The number of contenders for the top job at the Fed appears to be growing. The Wall Street Journal reporting that President Trump's team is looking at 2 additional new candidates, former St. Louis Fed President James Bullard and Mark Summerlin, former economic advisor to President George W. Bush. Joining us with his insights is Roger Ferguson, former Fed vice chairman, as well as a CNBC contributor. Do you have anything other than just personal feelings about these new candidates, Roger? Do you have any knowledge about what's actually going on, or you're conjecturing just like we are?
You know what? I'm conjecturing just like you are. What I've heard is that the president often expands the lists as he goes through these very important personnel decisions. You know, the names that he's added, I would say, are credible. The one I know better is James Bullard. Obviously, you know, his resume speaks for itself. Mark Summerlin, the same. And so I'd say right now there are, you know, serious contenders, but I can't interpret this any better than you can. It may also be a bit of a tactic to keep the 2 frontrunners, the 2 Kevins, you know, on their toes a little bit and not let anyone get too complacent. The president is very good at doing that as well. So I'm sort of with you. Let's wait and see who actually comes out of this process as the #1 candidate.
We know James Bullard well. He's, you know, been on many times and in studio and on for, you know, a long time, not just quick interviews. And I don't know if he's a dove or a hawk after all that. Do you?
I do not. I think what's very interesting is there are 4 people who have been you know, in the room. Kevin Hassett was a staffer. The other Kevin obviously was a member of the board. Chris Waller is currently there. James Bullard as well. So what I find interesting is, with all the talk of change, 4 of the 5 candidates at least understand something about how the FOMC works. And I think it's hard in each case to discern exactly how they're going to perform. The other thing to recognize is, based on some interpretations from the Supreme Court recently, the president's ability to fire any member of the board is limited. There has to be cause, a little different from people who are actually part of the executive branch. And so I think each one of these individuals will approach the job differently, but 4 of them have been in the room before and know a little bit about the culture and the institution. So we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Michelle, Bowman today, Roger, said that given the recent weakness in the labor market, or what looks like weakness, along with her notion that maybe that's not a persistent inflation that we get from the tariffs, has her thinking there should be 3 rate cuts before the end of this year.
I respect that that's her view. I don't think that's likely to be the prevailing view for a number of reasons. One is, inflation is not necessarily completely behind us yet. The last readings were actually a little hotter, moving away from the 2% target. Many people think that there's some inflation, maybe quite a bit left in the pipeline. When I do surveys of CEOs, they are trying to figure out how to offset these price increases with productivity. But the most recent survey, 2/3 of them, 64%, said they would, if need be, pass prices on. Only 20% said they'd reduce their profit margins. And then there's still some debate about exactly where the consumers are. We are at an unemployment rate that looks like it's roughly full employment. And the most recent data suggests that consumers are actually hanging in there. So, maybe the odds of stagflation have gone up. But I think all of this is really uncertain. And I think Governor Bowman's probably way ahead of her colleagues in thinking that 3 cuts definitely are baked in for this year. I'm not sure. We'll just wait and see.
No way I'm picking you. After, months and months and years of hawkish. You're out. But there's no way you'd want to go back anyway. Is there? You're a CNBC contributor. Life is good. Who needs it? You'd have to be crazy.
Life is good, and I'm not on. Exactly. And as far as I can tell, I'm not on even the longest list.
No.
They'd have to expand the list by several more to put me on that list.
That'd be, me and Andrew would be on there probably, or Andrew and I.
But Joe, I don't understand why don't you buy with me that the Fed needs to really focus on inflation? They came close to losing inflation credibility.
Because I think that's fighting. I think they're still butthurt from what happened on the way. Raising rates they'd already left the barn. You know what I mean? That they're fighting yesterday's battle for inflation, and everybody loves Volcker, but tariffs, I worry more about the uncertainty that it instills to slow down the economy than I do for that second derivative of inflation. You get some, and a lot of it's being absorbed.
Well, can I ask Roger about that, the absorb issue?
Yeah.
Which is it's being absorbed by this sort of remarkable AI marketplace
Not just
right now.
I think, okay, Roger, it's on wholesale prices, right? It's not on the end price for people.
It will eventually come through. I think the issue is the degree to which productivity improvements, including AI, can offset what is clearly a price shock. There's no way to deny that increasing tariffs or putting 15% tariffs on when tariffs have been on average roughly 2% is a dramatic change in the price level.
But then explain to me.
And we have to reflect that.
Right. Explain this though. We talk to CEOs every day on this broadcast, and we talk to investors, and for whatever reason, they are more sanguine about the tariffs now that they're on as of just last week, the 7th, than they were before that. Why is that?
Well, look, I think before that there is massive uncertainty. There are numbers being thrown around, and certainly anyone who's making business decisions likes certainty. You may not like the exact number, but at least
this is
now
the permanence. We're into a new permanent state, is what you're saying.
We're into a new permanent state. So now we're moving to the second question, which is, what do I do with this? My observation with the CEOs I talk to and survey is they're really working hard to figure out, how can they offset this with productivity improvements, stronger teams, a variety of approaches. Having said that, at the end of the day, 2/3 of them say we're going to pass this on to consumers if we can't do anything else. And I think that question mark is still very much there. Therefore, I think it's too early to have a strong point of view because everyone I'm talking to is still trying to figure it out. They just got the number last week. The other thing that's really important is the market, I think, will punish companies for reduced profit margins from these price increases. They will reward companies that hold on to their profit margins. So I think there are lots of incentives
So they have to raise.
for CEOs to try to pass this on. Final point, that Joe made, which is we're just coming through a period where inflation scare is there. People are really worried about inflation.
Right.
So I'm not at all complacent
Muscle
yet,
memory.
even though there's still uncertainty to come.
Do you think
Yes.
eventually that the president picks someone that he thinks is likely to be predisposed to lowering rates all the time, or do you think he picks the person that's the best at trying to satisfy both mandates? That's a concern, I think.
I think that is a concern. Now the flip side of this is once you're in the office, the law takes over. There is a dual mandate. People will be held accountable for how well they do, not just by the president, who's only in office for another 2.5 years, but society and history. And I think what we're going to find, I hope what we'll find, is whoever comes in respects the dual mandate and looks closely at the data to manage both sides of that story, because that's what the public expects, and that's what has made the U.S. great and strong.
You know what I would do? I would withdraw your name. Just say, if you're thinking about me, don't even bother, because I'm not interested. You should just do that.
You know what? I've got a rule. I'm not going to go on international TV and reject a job that I haven't been offered just yet. I'll let you know if the moment comes what I
That's
decide
the way to
should
do
the
it.
president
That's the way to do it.
I'm not going to take it. I'm not you.
Not taking that job.
Too hard. Too much criticism. I don't need it. I don't need it.
Oh,
Thanks.
You know what? If you take the job, you have to have broad shoulders and do what's right.
Roger knows this is more fun, though. He does know that.
Yeah, much better. Much better.
Thanks, Roger.
There's nothing like crossing swords with the two of you guys early in the morning.
That's right.
Thank you.
Coming up next, NVIDIA and AMD in focus after reports that the chipmaker has agreed to give the U.S. government 15% of the revenue generated from exporting AI chips to China. And then later, Council on Foreign Relations President Michael Froman, he's going to join us, talk trade, President's push for peace between Russia and Ukraine, and so much more. Don't go anywhere.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
An important day is coming for every American with money in the markets, and it'll be here sooner than you think. I predict this stock bull market will end with an epic crash. I believe another epic stock crash is coming for the markets, based on 100 years of data. My name is Mark Chaikin. I spent 50 years on Wall Street, where I helped create an entire stock rating system. I've met everyone from George Soros to Warren Buffett. I got my broker's license in 1966 and have invested through 9 recessions, plus countless panics and bull markets. And I found there's one incredible indicator to help identify big market turns. I used this indicator in 2018 when I told Jim Cramer stocks would fall. I used it in 2020 to help folks get back into stocks. I used this indicator again in 2021 to beg folks not to sell when so many were panicking, and again in March of 2022 to predict a crash. I used the same indicator to predict a new bull market in January of 2023, and again in 2024 when I told Business Insider the bull market would continue. And now I'm using the exact same indicator yet again to detail why there's a 90% chance the market will end the year up in 2025. backed by historical data, before crashing in 2026. Look, if you have money in the markets, you must know two critical things right now. First, what to own in 2025 as the market continues higher, and second, exactly when the markets are likely to crash in 2026. I put together a free presentation that explains everything, including the exact month stocks are most likely to crash next year. You can watch my new presentation free of charge. To learn more, visit the website below.
CNBC. Live ambitiously. Never miss a moment.
You had all the rights in the world to try to replace a commissioner, but that is maybe a bridge too far.
Then they announced a couple of 100,000. Where did those numbers come from, the person who's going to head up the Fed?
There are two other names that have been mentioned in the press. One is the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent.
I love Scott, but he wants to stay where he is. We do very, very little business with India because their tariffs are so high. So we settled on 25%, but I think I'm going to raise that very substantially.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. The chip trade in focus once again this morning on reports that NVIDIA and AMD plan to give the U.S. government a 15% share of the revenue from certain chips sold in China in exchange for access to that critical market. Now, this news follows separate pushback from NVIDIA over ongoing claims in China that its H20 AI chips pose a national security risk for Beijing. Eunice Yoon joins us now from Beijing this morning with the latest. What are you hearing?
Well, Andrew, Beijing has been messaging that the H20, which is a chip that China has had wanted, is potentially bad for the country. In a series of posts, the state media, social media account linked to state TV has been arguing that China should not buy this chip. Yu Yan Tentian called the H20 far from safe for China. It says that NVIDIA needs to substantiate its claims that it has no so-called backdoors. It alleges that installing backdoors is a condition by the U.S. government to easing its export curbs and allowing NVIDIA to sell to China. Now, the export of the H20 to China has been restricted on national security grounds, and only recently the Trump administration had reversed that stance. Reports now, though, emerge that as part of that reversal, NVIDIA and AMD have agreed to pay the U.S. a 15% cut of revenues for China AI chip sales. Now, that allegedly involves NVIDIA's H20 as well as AMD's MI308 chip. In addition, the FT has been reporting that China has been pressing for the relaxation of export controls around another advanced high bandwidth memory chip as part of the discussions for the tariff pause extension. NVIDIA issued a couple of statements, one saying that NVIDIA does not have backdoors in our chips that would give anyone a remote way to access or control them. On the 15% cut, it didn't deny it, instead saying, we follow rules the U.S. government sets for our participation in worldwide markets. Guys?
Eunice, do you think people on the ground say that? I mean, one of the questions here this morning in New York, in the U.S., is, you know, is President Trump being effectively bribing them? Is this some kind of extortion thing? We have obviously big questions about industrial policy. These are things that obviously don't exist in China because there is an industrial policy. But what is the impression there on the ground?
What is the discussion around it? Is that what you said? Sorry, my audio just cut out.
What I was suggesting is here in the U.S., the question this morning is, you know, is Trump effectively extorting NVIDIA and AMD to sell these products into China, and in fact that they are a national security threat, and somehow because the U.S. government is getting paid off for this. I mean, this is the worst version of the sort of analysis. When I say worst version of the analysis, the most, what would you describe it as? Just the most critical version of the analysis.
The most Sorkin-like.
Oh, not the most Sorkin-like. My question to you, Eunice, is what is the analysis on the ground there of this?
She's laughing.
Well, the analysis here is this a national security risk or is it not? Right. So people here have been hearing over and over that the reason why the H20 and other chips have not been sold to China is because of national security risks. Now it looks as though national security might not really be such a big problem because they're able to purchase or at least sell some of these chips for a cost. So that's kind of the big discussion here. There's also been quite a bit of speculation as to how this kind of plays into the Chinese ability to really push ahead and negotiate harder with the U.S. because it seems as though it's playing some hardball. If these reports are true, then it could mean that China is looking to squeeze off and potentially cut off a revenue stream of H20 chips that would be going to the Trump administration in exchange for possibly getting higher advanced HBM chips, which are important and have been banned under the Biden administration, but are important because they could help companies like Huawei develop their own AI chips.
Well, what does a Huawei think of all this? Meaning, do they lobby the Chinese government and say, please, please, please don't let these chips in because that creates a bigger opportunity for us, or do they have a different view?
Well, Huawei isn't talking about it. The company is not talking about it. But of course, there's been a lot of discussion about what, this would mean for Huawei. The Chinese are kind of, the messaging over the past several weeks has been kind of questioning the H20, saying, oh, is this really a chip that you can trust? Part of the messaging could be to raise questions about NVIDIA for local companies, so that local companies like Huawei, like SMIC, really start to develop their own chips, or that some of the customers of the H20, such as Alibaba or like the big AI companies, that they decide that, wow, we really should be sourcing from Huawei and really supporting our own industry. This is something that's been ongoing, this discussion of having their own chip industry for many, many years.
Okay. Eunice, want to thank you. Appreciate it.
Up next, we're going to talk technicals and find out why the second half of the first year of a new presidential cycle can be challenging. As we head to break, take a look at some of the names in the cannabis space, all up on reports that President Trump is exploring changing the status of marijuana and reclassifying it as a less dangerous drug. The move would ease restrictions and permit additional medical research and possible tax break for cannabis companies. Squawk Box will be right back.
There's some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. Voya helps you choose the right amounts without over or under investing, so you can feel confident in your financial choices.
Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected.
At Bob's, furniture heroes like Kimberly have small space solutions for every budget, like sectionals with hidden storage, pop-up sleepers, and bedroom sets with a dresser or Chesser at no extra charge.
Oh my Bob! Bob's Discount Furniture.
You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. Wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
What I look for in a contractor is someone who's reliable and skillful.
That's where Angie comes in. With top-rated pros in over 500 categories, Angie can connect you with the right pro for any home project. Find top-rated pros in your area at Angie.com.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
September 16th, CNBC teams up with two-time NBA champion Kevin Durant and Boardroom for Game Plan, exploring the business of sports, music, and entertainment. Register now at cnbcevents.com/gameplan.
When life calls for more, Mazda answers. With more adventure, more grip, and confidence. The Mazda CX-50, assembled in America, and the Mazda CX-5. Discover more at the Mazda Summer Sales Event. Current inventory remains unaffected by new tariffs.
Take advantage of one of these exceptional offers during the More to Move You sales event.
Showtime! Save big this summer with the bundle that has something for everyone.
Here we go, boys.
The Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus bundle. Isn't this awesome? Get it all for less with plans starting at just $16.99 a month.
Well, how do seasonal factors technically play into what's likely for the stock market? Could a summer rally mean risks in the fall? We think of that. I mean, how many times has October been a bad month? Let's get a technical view and some key levels to watch for the markets. Joining us now, Stephen Suttmeyer, president and founder of Suttmeyer Technical Strategies. July is usually good. August, maybe not so much, but a lot of times it's thin trading. A lot of people on vacation, but we all remember sell-offs leading into the fall. Past performance doesn't guarantee anything, but what can we learn from history?
Sure. History tells us that we typically get a summer rally in the market. So when you look at May through July, and you think about where we are in the presidential cycle, the first year of the cycle, that period of time, May through July, is up about 80%, on average about 5.5%. This year, it was up 13.8%. I mean, that's pretty significant. So in the first year of the presidential cycle, seasonality turns fairly negative from July through, from August through October. And, it dovetails also with the normal seasonal pattern as well. So it would not surprise us one bit to see some backing and filling in the market due to weaker seasonality. I think this year it may be more of an August event. We've run a lot of different numbers out there, and the market could hang around a bit in August. It'll hang around a bit in September, but looking at the data I've studied, it seems like we could have that traditional, scary October drawdown this year.
Scary.
With support at 6,100 to 6,200, and then resistance up at like 6,600. So, are we in a trading range at this point?
No, I think we're still in this cyclical uptrend that began from April, and I think we can rally into the 6,465 to 6,600 area into year end. If we dip a little bit here, it could be 6,100 to 6,000, but maybe you test rising 26 and 40-week moving averages, roughly around 3,900. That would be perfectly normal within this sort of environment. So essentially what we're looking for really is
what did you say about 3,900?
It's where you have 26-week moving average, so a half-year moving average, and the 40-week moving average, which is like the 200-day moving average. After you get a breakout like this in an uptrend, you
3,900 on what? The S&P?
I'm sorry, I meant to say 5,900. Excuse me. 5,900 on the S&P.
I listen to what you're saying.
Thank you. I appreciate that because you corrected me there.
You're looking for 3,900.
No, 3,900 means run for the hills. So it's 5,900. My apologies.
Okay.
But no, it's so let's just summarize here. It's like basically 6,100 to 5,900 is where the big level is. And I think it's just seasonal weakness, and we can get that bounce into year end.
What do you look at the 10-year? Do you look at the yield curve? Do you have any feelings about what's happening there and whether it matters?
Well, I mean, the 10-year is just a range-bound mess of a chart. I would argue that the more discernible pattern would be in the 30-year.
Okay.
The rebound that the yield in the 30-year had towards 5% could very well be forming a rising wedge, which is typically a pattern that would suggest a downside break, meaning that the 30-year yield could go lower, perhaps into the 4.4%, maybe even down towards 4%. The other part of the curve that looks interesting is the 5-year yield, which could be forming a distribution top, meaning that if you break lower from that pattern, you could get lower 5-year yield. So, my thought is perhaps you could see continued steepening in the curve here. And
so you think we could get some cuts, like 2 or 3 cuts in this year?
I mean, not that that's my expertise, but it seems to be that when you look at the charts,
how you would
it's setting up that way.
If 5 and 30 are falling and it's steepening, then the short rates would have to be going.
Correct.
lower.
Exactly right. And that's what the charts are suggesting, that there should be some cuts.
You like the big, mags, the 7 stocks. You like the S&P. You like the Russell. Is there value? Is it growth? What would you be focused on? What does technical say?
So right here, right now, we're in a long-term secular bull market that tends to reward the biggest companies out there. So the largest stocks are going to outperform the average stock. That's been the case.
Right.
Growth is really strong versus value across market caps in the U.S. You had new relative highs for the Russell 1000 growth versus the Russell 1000 value. You had the S&P growth going to a new high versus S&P value. You have small cap growth strong versus small cap value. The interesting factor here is in one part of the world, you actually have value breaking out versus growth, and that's internationally. EFA growth, EFA value is breaking out from a bottom versus EFA growth. A little bit different there. But here, large cap driven market, growth driven market. I think that should continue, and that's where we stand. I think that's very important to highlight here. So,
how's your dad?
He's doing fine. Yeah, he's in our new business, Suppmeyer Technical Strategies. He's the consultant emeritus, so he's behind the scenes, providing a little bit of guidance here and there.
Does he make more money than you, or are you the guy now? Who's?
Yeah, no, I mean, he's retired.
You don't have to.
He's retired, right? He's retired.
That wasn't a serious question.
No, it's a great question though.
He's still young, isn't he?
81 years old.
That's what I mean.
Exactly. Yeah, young at heart.
Yeah, you'll see.
Yeah,
you'll see.
I'll see. I'm waiting.
You'll see.
It's gonna happen to all of us.
When you start saying 81 is young, it means you're getting close.
Well, as long as you're active, walking around, that's a possibility.
Stephen, thank you.
Yep, thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Coming up on the other side of this, investors looking ahead to talks between President Trump and Russia's president, Vladimir Putin, in Alaska. As the two leaders try to negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine, we've got Council on Foreign Relations President Michael Froman. We're going to talk about that topic with him, NVIDIA, AMD with China, tariffs, and so much more. Don't go anywhere. Squawk Box returns after this.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. Partnering to unlock new ideas, to create new legacies, to transform a company, industry, economy, generation. Because grit and vision, working in lockstep, puts you on the path to your full potential. Old school grit, new world ideas. Morgan Stanley.
This is a landfill? WM has transformed what you think of as landfills into engineering marvels, while helping to protect the natural environment. Learn more about our modern landfills at wm.com/stories. Plastic is commonly used across the retail industry to ship products. Now, WM is collaborating with the leading retailer to give these hard-to-recycle plastics a second life. See how at wm.com/stories.
At PGIM, our ETFs use today's best ideas to help bring tomorrow's goals within reach. Our broad suite of over 50 low-cost ETFs is backed by 150 years of active management expertise. Explore PGIM ETFs today.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Thanks for calling Consumer Cellular, ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction.
Hi, my friend Linda has you guys and gets way better coverage than I do.
Sounds like Linda has you beat.
Not at bowling.
You're breaking up a little.
Are you really ranked #1 in coverage?
Yep. And plans start at just $20.
Oh, we could afford lessons for Linda. You're embarrassing yourself.
At least my phone works.
Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage satisfaction. Call or visit Consumer Cellular today.
Only the ServiceNow platform connects every corner of your business, putting AI agents to work for people.
Like secret agents?
No, more like autonomous minions that you control.
To do what?
Well, Jim's agents resolve simple customer issues, and Patty's agents flag network problems.
Proactively.
Yep.
I'm loving my agents. Wait, do you all have agents?
Oh, yeah. And on the ServiceNow platform, everyone's agents work together, so everything works better.
Could I have agents?
Maybe.
Barry Diller's memoir is out today.
They look at me like, I now know you.
You're not talking about massive loss of jobs.
This is a labor market where hiring is hesitant.
We have concerns with lots of American companies that come on Squawk Box that do business with China.
You should be concerned with the companies that don't come on. Squawk Box.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
President Trump and Russian President Putin planning to meet for peace talks in Alaska this Friday to try to attempt to end the more than 3-year conflict with Russia and Ukraine. Joining us right now to talk about that and so many other issues that we need to get to. Council on Foreign Relations President Michael Froman is here. He's, of course, the former U.S. Trade Representative in the Obama administration. Good morning to you, Michael. Help us understand from your perspective whether you think a deal could actually be in the offing here and what that would even look like.
Well, I think the critical issue will be whether the president can secure a ceasefire, an unconditional ceasefire. The president wants to see the fighting end. The Ukrainians want to see the fighting end. Putin has insisted that the ceasefire come along with significant territorial concessions by Ukraine, and the Ukrainians, quite understandably, aren't prepared to do that. And so is he serious? Is Putin serious about ending the war or not? And if the president is able to come back from Alaska with a ceasefire, that will be a significant achievement. If they start getting into trading territory at Ukraine's expense, then it's not going to be a very good or sustainable agreement.
Okay, but I want to throw in a couple of chess pieces here. So we have one chess piece which really entered the discussion, entered the chat, as the kids say, last week with India, for example. So Trump is going after India for buying fuel and oil from Russia. I would imagine if I was Putin, that would be part of my conversation on Friday, for example. I might even be talking about some of the relationship issues with China as part of all of this, no?
Well, absolutely. It was very interesting that he imposed the 25% tariff on India for buying Russian oil. Who is the other country that is buying a lot of Russian oil? It's China, and there's no discussion right now of putting a tariff on China there. That would squeeze Russia quite hard. The president has talked about sanctions and another round of sanctions, secondary sanctions as well, putting tariffs on other countries. If he went forward with that, I think it would put significant pressure on Putin. But it's sort of been a one step forward, 2 steps back in that regard. There are a lot of issues to talk about between the United States and Russia. But critical right now is bringing an end to the fighting in Ukraine, and that involves really focusing on the ceasefire. Ultimately, there'll have to be discussion of territory. There'll have to be discussion of security guarantees, of whether the U.S. and Europe will continue to provide Ukraine with material support so that they can defend themselves. But right now, the issue is really the ceasefire or not.
Ambassador, I get that, but I just want to know in practice, because you've been in the room for these kind of discussions before. Putin walks in the room. Trump says, I want to have a ceasefire in Ukraine. Putin says, okay, but by the way, I have a laundry list of other things you need to do for me first. Is that not how this happens?
I think the question comes down to that word first. I think if Putin comes in and says, all right, I'm willing to accept a ceasefire, but you got to relieve the pressure on my oil sales. Well, that's a deal that could be talked about, right? That's the president using leverage to get Putin to come to the table to do something he was not willing to do before, which is accept an unconditional ceasefire, and that would put an end to the fighting.
Okay, let's move to a related but different topic, if you will, which is NVIDIA, AMD. This morning, the report's suggesting, more than suggesting, that effectively President Trump is putting a 15%, what might be described as an export tax. Others are describing it as extortion or bribery. I don't know what to make of this. I don't think we've seen examples like this, but maybe you have, of situations where particular companies are effectively paying the U.S. government for the privilege of exporting to certain countries where, at least prior to this, we have discussed the possibility of it being a national security threat.
I have not seen anything quite like this in the United States. Of course, the place where you tend to see this kind of government intervention in the market is China. And we're sort of following China's playbook now of the government getting very much involved in the affairs of individual countries. As you said, Andrew, the real issue here is that export controls used to be this area of of policy where you looked at the technology and made very hard judgments about whether it was critical to military, intelligence, national security that we not allow things to be exported. It wasn't an issue of trade. It wasn't something you traded away, and you revised them depending on the development of technology. With the recent decision by the Trump administration to allow the sale of chips that had previously been restricted under export controls, it makes a security issue more of a trade issue, and that's a bad precedent. The Chinese have always wanted to engage in a conversation with the United States about export controls as if it was a trade issue, and we've now opened the door to that.
You've just written a piece in Foreign Affairs, sort of a much broader sort of take on what's happening to trade and geopolitics as a result. Give us the top line summary, and I do recommend that folks go out and read this.
Well, the top line summary is that while there's a lot of focus, understandably, day to day on what the tariff level is, if you take a step back, basically the global rules-based multilateral system is dead. It's over, and we're not going back to it. The U.S. is following its own set of rules. China is following its own set of rules. When you've got the two largest economies in the world doing their own thing, then you can't really have a common set of rules for the whole world. It's not in our interest, it's not in the U.S. interest that there be total anarchy, that other countries follow our example and set their own rules. That's what trade looked like prior to the Second World War, when countries used trade as a weapon with each other. And so the challenge will be going forward, can there be a new set of rules that countries come together around, a group of like-minded countries around one set of issues, another group around another set of issues, so that there's at least some stability in the system. And that's going to require U.S. leadership in many respects. For some countries, it may involve opening their markets and having free trade agreements. That's probably not going to happen here in the United States for a while. For other countries, it may be agreement on how we restrict technology or how we deal with non-market economies. Whatever it is, we don't want a system that's completely absent of rules.
And your sense of this being a permanent, sort of a new permanence, if you will. I mean, we keep talking, and I keep getting asked the question, so I keep asking the question, why you think that both the market and I would even argue business executives and CEOs, they may not be happy about the new tariffs, but they seem to have settled in. And this idea that they're sort of more sanguine about it than they were before. The markets have not, freaked out the way they did back in April, for example.
I think that's right. I mean, it's remarkable how people have adjusted to the idea that we're going to have somewhere between 10 and 50% tariffs on other countries. Right now, we have about an 18% effective tariff rate on imports coming into the United States. That's going to get eaten by somebody, by consumers who buy the ultimate product, by intermediaries, manufacturers who import inputs into their manufacturing process, or by the companies that will show up in reduced profits. But that cost has to be absorbed somewhere in the economy. And I think you're right. Markets have been pretty complacent about it. Had you asked them several years ago whether they'd be, when tariffs were an average applied rate of 2.5%, how they would feel about 18%, they would have freaked out. And they're not freaking out
Ambassador,
yet.
is that just misguided mistake? That's just August optimism, and that somehow we get to the fall and the prices go up and they say, oh my goodness, this is now a problem? Or do you think that they're really in it and that the markets are efficient in that the markets have spoken and this is what it is?
I think there'll be some adjustment, most likely going forward, in that tends to be a lag between when tariffs are imposed and when it shows up in inflation. Right. And there tends to be even a longer lag between when tariffs are imposed and when you see it in reduced growth. And I think at some point we may see those things. But the American economy, as you know, is incredibly resilient. It adjusts well. And we may have less of an impact than some of the strongest naysayers have laid out. But there is most likely to be some impact going forward. We shouldn't be complacent about the situation right now and assume that it's going to last forever.
I mean, a lot going on, Michael. Could be, people keep talking about how powerful that expensing capital equipment was and the big, beautiful bill. There's deregulation. I think oil's $64. There's AI. I mean, you put it all together, and tariffs might not be the determining factor for why the stock market continues to trade well.
Yeah, Joe, I think you're right. There are a lot of other factors there, and particularly AI, where we're not really sure exactly what the implications are going to be. It could be very significant over some longer period of time. I think the question will be over the next several quarters whether we see the inflation tick up or not, whether we see growth tick down or not, while these other policies are put in place or these other developments like the dispersion of AI take place.
And, things can change on a dime. And same goes for the bond market. We saw that brief tantrum we had, I don't know, 6 months, whenever it was. So, but that's behaved too. That's really well behaved. The bond market with all these troublesome things going on. But they could both, they could both quickly change.
Yeah, no, we've seen that sort of by definition. Markets tend to be complacent until the moment when they're not.
Exactly. Things are going great till they aren't.
Right.
Exactly.
Ambassador, I want to thank you. What a morning. What a morning. You bet. When we come back, we're going to take a look at some pre-market movers, and there are a bunch you need to see. Squawk Box coming right back after this.
Brian, it's me. I mean you. Wake up. Come on, man. You got to tell employers to take another look at all the benefits they're offering. Everybody wants to build the best team, and offering Aflac can help attract and retain that top talent. You know we like that top talent. And listen, I mean, you got to listen. Aflac gives employees cash to help with unexpected medical bills. It's prime time to add Aflac.
Request a call today at aflac.com/prime.
Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Your life now revolves around sports. Well, you wouldn't trade it for anything. Welcome to Sporthood. DSG, only at Dick's.
Life is always changing, and our Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus. Now.
Kia Sportage X Pro, now with all-wheel drive terrain mode. Kia, movement that inspires.
Y'all make sure y'all get 3 for $5 because they ain't advertising it, honey.
Oh, we're advertising it. Get 3 pieces of our crispy, juicy signature chicken for just $5. How's that?
Let's go to Popeyes.
To the end zone for the touchdown.
Oh, my goodness.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. I'm Dominic Chu with your morning movers. Let's start with shares of Barrick Gold falling after reporting a slight profit beat in the second quarter earlier this morning. Gold production, though, came in below some estimates. The copper and gold miner barely mentioned tariffs in their report, but copper tariffs have been, of course, a key spotlight for months now. But gold came into the fray last week after reports that import taxes would be levied on gold bullion, bars, and that sort of thing. A White House official did tell CNBC on Friday that the White House would clarify gold tariffs in the near future. Investors might get some more color on what that means when the earnings call starts at 11 Eastern time. Meanwhile, you've got Intel ticking higher on a report from the Wall Street Journal that CEO Lip-Bu Tan would be meeting with President Trump later on today. President Trump called for Tan's resignation last Thursday, calling him, quote-unquote, highly conflicted. That came after Senator Tom Cotton released a letter he sent to Intel's board on Wednesday where he voiced concerns over Tan's reported ties to China. Intel up 2.5%. And wrap things up here with a check on crypto prices. Bitcoin hovering just below its all-time high. We're currently at 119,572. 123,000 and change was the record high. That's a boost for crypto stocks this morning. Check out Coinbase and Strategy as well. Both of those rising on Bitcoin prices. It breaks a slide for Coinbase, by the way, which has fallen each of the last 3 weeks. Strategy popped last week, but then fell 3 out of the last 4. So keep an eye, Joe, on Bitcoin. I'll send things back over to you guys.
Great, Dom. Thank you.
You got it.
The Trump administration reportedly preparing an IPO for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac later this year. The Wall Street Journal says that the government could raise around $30 billion from the offering. Some officials are said to be looking at selling between 5 and 15% of Fannie and Freddie stock. That would value the companies at about $500 billion combined. The two have been under government control since the financial crisis. And Bill Ackman has been invested in the mortgage giants for more than a decade. And in a post on X yesterday, Ackman said that merging the two could help lower mortgage rates and reduce their operating costs.
And then there's this. Officials telling NBC News that President Trump considering deploying up to 1,000 National Guard troops in D.C., that's Washington, to help bring more security to the nation's capital. The president will hold a news conference today on D.C. crime. That's going to happen at 10 a.m. Eastern time, Joe.
Save a couple for Cincinnati. And we're watching shares of Micron, the company raising its current quarter guidance, citing improved pricing for a key product. Micron's previous guidance from June fell short of the high expectations of investors. The company is expected to provide more details at the KeyBank Technology Conference. Park City, Utah. Park City, Utah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No kidding. At around 11 a.m. It just, am I right or am I right?
You are right. Meantime, I want to know what you think of this story. So the New York Times reporting big story out over the weekend in San Francisco about how Mark Zuckerberg and his wife have been operating a school on their property, apparently without permits or permission. It's part of a larger article about the neighbors, and they've really built a compound in the town. The neighbors have noticed this pattern where kids are being dropped off. Zuckerberg announced recently he was closing a school he'd set up for low-income children, so sort of juxtaposed against that. I don't think that should be the issue. I think the question is, if you're the neighbor, so he's assembled a compound. He's bought about 11 homes all in the same area.
Yes.
During the pandemic, for his kids, it appears he created a bit of a school. I mean, he hired a teacher or two, maybe 3, and then had some of their local friends coming over during the pandemic.
Okay.
All of which seems totally cool to me.
Right.
This apparently has gone on longer, though, now, and apparently there's like drop-off, like 14 or 15 kids every day being dropped off in this neighborhood. The neighbors don't like it, as you might imagine, and there's all sorts of commotion about it. I don't know.
No license.
What do you think?
It's not, well, now, I thought we implied that it was for low-income kids because he shut down.
No.
But this is for, like, his friends?
This is for him and his friends.
Yeah.
They don't take, but you have to have a permit to operate a school. During the pandemic. They didn't care about this. Now they care about it, apparently.
All right.
I don't know.
I don't know how I think about so many things today. I'm going to go home, and that's all I'm going to think about is today's show and how to.
It's a lot. The whole NVIDIA thing, everything.
Right. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Squawk on the Street is next.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer and David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Pre-market steady, just south of all-time intraday highs as we set the table for an important week of inflation and consumption data. 10-year around 4.27. Our roadmap begins with NVIDIA and AMD. Both companies reportedly agreeing to pay the U.S. government 15% of their revenue from sales of those AI chips to China.
Speaking of chips, Intel CEO Lip-Bu Tan reportedly also set to visit the White House today. This after the president called for his resignation last week. And also ahead, we got a big week on the inflation front, led by CPI, as one of the Fed's dissenters pushes for multiple rate cuts over the remainder of this year.
Let's begin with the chips. We've got the NVIDIA and AMD news. We've got this Micron guidance, Jim. But on NVIDIA, a lot of discussion about what this means for government involvement in American business.
Well, I think when you look at how much market cap was gained when NVIDIA went up, and when they got the approval at AMD, and I've got to tell you, I think that the president wants a piece of it. Is that right? I don't know. I do think that they didn't have they didn't have the about $100 billion when the president approved them being able to sell the H-20.
Yeah.
So the president wants a piece of it. I don't know. For the country, it's not for the presidential library, for heaven's sake.
This one is not for the presidential library. No.
Right. It's not. Well, I'm saying it's for the country.
Unlike the settlements with Paramount and ABC
This goes to the country.
and the media companies.
They made 161. They had a one-day gain of 161,772.
You're talking about their market cap.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they're the president, you saw that by saying, "Listen, I'll let you sell," they gain this. I think the president says, "You know what? Why shouldn't the country get some of it?"
It is a new way.
Right.
And, I mean, I'm sure you guys saw the Greg Ip piece in the Journal, which I thought was, he's writing really interesting things and just talking about we are moving closer to China than China moving closer to us, which, of course, there'd been a hope maybe 15, 20 years ago, a thought perhaps, but it's state-run capitalism.
Yeah, but that's the PLA. This is not the Defense Department. The PLA runs the Chinese country.
No, but it is interesting that you're taking a piece. I mean, at what point are we going to get to the point where the government is seen as a better allocator of capital than the market?
That's already happening.
That's what the CHIPS Act was, right?
Well, the CHIPS Act was with carrots. These are with sticks.
Right.
And he's telling American business where they should invest, who they should have as a CEO, and where to send the check for a cut of the profits.
A little aggressive, but at the same time, what? The previous government wanted to give the president, Biden, they wanted to spend $50 billion, say, on choosing winners and losers. They chose Intel, ill-advised. Who told them not to?
You did.
Thank you.
You did.
And yet, there they go. So now this is a new way. It's kind of risk-free. That was a risky way to invest. This is a risk-free way to profit on the back end.
So do you still believe?
I'm not against it.
Do you still believe that companies know better than government?
Well, I think that this is one where the government, by giving them the right to sell, gave their shareholders a huge amount of money. And I think that Trump, this is not what I would do if I were president, but Trump, I think he says, look, if we're going to make money for them, then the U.S. government should participate. It's a different way. It's not the way. I mean, it's like saying, listen, we're going to give an order.
What's the difference then in taking a percentage of the sales of any other in-demand?
Yeah, we're going to let you sell to Americans, and you're going to give us a piece.
Well, that's like the Lockheed Martin. No, I'm not going to take 15% of Lockheed Martin for selling to NATO because I told them to sell to NATO.
Why not?
Well, no, because this is something where they weren't able to sell.
They were.
They were, and then
they weren't. Then they were.
I'm trying to explain what I think is the president's rationale. What I call right now, right? What I call Jensen and say, hey, listen, Chief, I'm taking 15%. No, that's not my style. I'm trying to explain, not to say it's a great idea. I don't want to do it. I'm trying to explain that the president says, hey, wait a second. We just made the shareholders $150 billion. I want some for the U.S. Treasury. Like I said, he didn't say it for the presidential library.
Right. No, this is not a direct payment to the president.
It's for the country.
Yes, it goes into I don't know where it actually goes. I guess just into general revenue of some kind.
And like everyone else, I'm actually trying to offer an explanation. Everyone else is just throwing their hands up. I'm not throwing my hands like
people are rightfully so, pointing to any number of things that have occurred over the last 6 months and saying this is a very different approach than what we've been accustomed to for most of our history. Now, that doesn't mean that there haven't been times when the U.S. government... Thank you. Thank you.
Quite welcome.
Yes, as I like to say, very keen sense for the obvious.
I just think that we have got to get used to this. The president sees the big gain and sees $150 billion just because he said, you know what, I'm going to...
Well, you keep talking about the market cap gain of NVIDIA.
Yeah, what are they going to do? Are they going to sell now? Sell shares to pay for the
what do you get? Really? Oh, you've gained $3 trillion in market cap since I was this or that. I want 15% of that.
I'm not Reagan.
Why do you bring up the market cap? That has nothing to do with this. This has nothing to do with that. This is 15% of whatever they sell in China.
And by the way, 15% of what, 50 billion maybe on a good year?
150 billion.
No, he's talking about the sales.
They made 161. Oh, you mean how much
sale?
Yeah,
on these chips.
Yes. There could be 50 billion in sales.
So 15% of that, relative to overall government income,
tiny.
Is tiny. You think it's more symbolic than material?
Okay. Does anyone else have an explanation? At least I'm offering one that is somewhat cogent. What do you want? What are you, Mr. Paramount? What are you offering?
I got nothing for you.
You
As
got nothing
usual.
for me.
I got nothing for you.
Oh my God. Okay.
Other than saying,
it's Survivor here.
I mean, I don't know.
Jeff Probst. He ain't got nothing.
I don't
for
know
me.
what's next,
Okay.
and we'll see.
Right,
and
Jeff.
it's fascinating to report on.
Look.
By the way, are the Chinese going to accept these chips? I mean, there were, over the weekend, as you know, there was a story from
like them. They didn't
saying
like them
that from the Chinese, essentially a state-controlled media outlet, saying, "Let me just finish." Let me just finish telling people what
Let me just. What is this, Joe and Andrew?
They
hey,
said.
Don't give me that.
They said that.
Hey, did you see who won this
They
week?
questioned whether there was a back door. They questioned the security of the chips and things of that nature, bringing into question whether they really would buy a lot of them to begin with, Jim.
Right. Well, I think that Eunice, you gave us a series of bullets about how the government wished that people didn't use the age 20, but this goes back to the notion of what did the Chinese have that can be as good as the age 20, and the fact that the president was won over by the reasoning of Jensen that look, if we get them to write on our chips, it's better than have them write on their chips. So the whole thing is a big mess, I admit.
And it's also a big race, to your point, an AI race around the world to be the standard, so to speak.
Right.
As the Chinese have models that are the equal of some of our own companies, or at least very close. Perhaps not.
Not NVIDIA.
No, not making the chips themselves,
Right.
not designing the chips, I should say.
Right.
But I'm talking about DeepSeek and Alibaba and ByteDance and what they're capable of doing when it comes to the LLMs that they have created as well. But, many of them open source, by the way. So you are allowing much of the world to use them in a way that is not really the case with our own. Meta has open source. OpenAI just did one.
Right, but why is this so different when MP Materials made the deal with the Defense Department and MP Materials then doubles? Defense Department's a winner. I think that was the precedent.
15% of that was a unique deal as well. We perhaps didn't spend enough time on that. Very interesting.
But that was the precedent. You got to double. Defense Department wins. You know, look, I'm just saying that the president is a more transactional person than we're used to.
He's the most transactional person any of us have
Well, the
encountered.
transactional, the Times calls him interventionist when it comes to American business. And the Chinese have been working this model for decades. You think we're going to outdo them on this front?
No.
By the way, are they allocating capital appropriately? It's not clear to me they are in that country.
The People's Republic of China and the PLA worked hand in hand. MP Materials and the Defense Department, that's a very similar transaction. Now, does the president want to emulate the Chinese? I think when it comes to some things, yes. I think the president has never really said, look, I don't think dictators are bad. Never heard him say that. I think he thinks that a central planned economy has some value.
We're definitely, it at least argues we're headed that way. The golden share with Nippon U.S. Steel, the Lip-Bhutan meeting we believe today.
I think that is a very interventionist meeting. I think that the president's going to sit down with Lip-Bu, and he's going to hear about a man who was worshipped by Satya Nadella, by Jensen Huang, that was given the Robert Noyce Award in 2022 as the most important person in semiconductors. And I think he's going to be impressed. Now, it is also true that Lip-Bu has invested in dozens of Chinese companies. That could be a problem that with his Walden, this Walden investment fund he has was very, very effective. But he also saved Cadence and gave you a 45 times, put $1 billion to $45 billion, took that company. So I think that there are some things. I mean, Lip-Bu has to say those companies I disown, I don't have anything to do with the Chinese if he wants to keep the job. But the board is split anyway on Lip-Bu. I think the board quickly went to the Journal and gave him a lot of
that was a story from Friday talking about dissent on the board itself about the direction that Mr. Bhutan has taken Intel in. We'll see if we get any news out of that meeting today between the president. You guys want to move on to some of the market moves and Micron in particular? Or?
Sure, because I think Micron shows you that there's underlying strength in DRAMs. We had some real weakness in DRAMs even 4 weeks ago when I felt that Sanjay Mehrotra was trying to keep us from getting too excited. But this, hockey stick up for DRAM
Yeah,
pricing.
I mean, Micron pre-announces before they, take the stage, so to speak, at an investment conference.
At Key in Utah.
At Key, and I think this is an 11 a.m. presentation, so we'll get a bit more then. But yeah, the news is they increased their fiscal fourth quarter 25 guide. With revenue now and EPS at what is it, 11.1 billion, 11.3. You get the picture.
But
gross margins. So
prior was 10.4 to 11.
Yeah,
and Wells points out that they did not pre-announce last quarter.
No, and I'll tell you, there were a lot of people who were caught. The stock had gone up to 130, and then it just collapsed when they gave a forecast, basically, that DRAM would be weaker. Now, where did DRAMs go? It's the basic building block of everything. So, I mean, I could say, once again, don't get short cell phones. Cell phones have DRAMs. Obviously, PCs have DRAM, loaded with DRAM. You want to be in Dell again? Well, Dell's going to report. I think Dell's going to have a great quarter. Great quarter.
You do?
Yes, I do.
And why is that?
Because I think that Dell is the one not Supermicro, but Dell is your preferred partner. If you want to bring in NVIDIA, you can't just bring in NVIDIA. You have to have a partner because you don't know how to do or set up NVIDIA. Michael Dell is the foremost at doing that. And by the way, he bought back so much stock when it was lower. It was a monster win by Michael. I think Michael is every bit as good as he was when he started.
He's quite an impressive
Isn't he
fellow.
impressive, guys?
Absolutely.
And how about charitable? Can we mention that? Or is it
Quite charitable? No, listen, and yeah, sort of not unsung by any means, but doesn't quite get the attention, perhaps, as one of the great.
Right.
One of the great entrepreneurs, businessmen in the country.
Really is. One of the great
I mean, Austin, Texas, for example. Look what's happened to that city.
I think that he's responsible for a lot. Well, of course, the greatest university.
There's no doubt about it. Yeah.
Hospital.
I mean, obviously, it also started with having a university there, which.
Yes, but a well-capitalized university because of oil.
Interesting. Speaking of Dell, gets a mention in this Melius downgrade of Adobe.
Oh, I thought we'd get to
talking about the days where cloud was hurting hardware. Now he argues that software's hurting it, or software suffering from AI.
Yep, particularly that SaaS model. He is adamant when he took Adobe, which he has been just banging down. Now he took it to a sell. His thinking is that AI has run over all these companies that were very expensive. And look, I'm going to tell you, because I happen to be, I like Mark Benioff very much at Salesforce, but he's convinced that Salesforce is going to have a huge problem because people can replicate what they do, not stealing it, but just say, listen, we can do that kind of, the kind of software as a service like Monday.com, like HubSpot. Last week got that good, like Salesforce, where you can create the software using. Monday is just getting slaughtered. Monday is a mini service now. A lot of people feel.
Yes, MNDY is also it's down.
Yes,
I think
Workday is tough. Now I think that Ben would tell you that ServiceNow is the most protected, not Salesforce.
But AI, the idea being that AI is eating software.
Yes, which is a joke on the old day when software ate the rest.
Correct, and he also references sort of the period when IT hardware in the 2000s, 2010s, when AWS and cloud infrastructure started to crush the multiples of those that made the hardware.
Including Dell, which went to a 5 multiple in 2012.
It's an interesting, and we did see many of these stocks, even late last week, take it. Hard. By the way, the ChatGPT 5 introduction also sort of introducing perhaps some competitive threats
I would not pay up.
Are you a believer in this overall theme?
Yes, I am.
You do?
Yeah, I am.
So you would not be owning a lot of SaaS-related companies?
I think the problem is that those are the people who are being laid off, the people who get those seats, so to speak, which per seat model. They are the ones that we're discovering may not be needed. That's the OpEx that's coming down. And I believe that OpEx is coming down. I believe there's some reason why you would go AI. What I thought was interesting was that Ben is going for Copilot as positive. That people are starting to use Copilot to obviate the need for expensive seat technology.
The view that Azure has growth is coming at the expense of AWS. At least that was the thinking last week or two.
And that's a difficult one because AWS has the ability to turn on the spend of NVIDIA. That's because they're making their own chips, which are cheaper and not as powerful. I mean, I think they would disagree with that logic, but that's what I understand it as. I would say that Adobe is, everyone's after Adobe. I mean, you have Figma, and you have Canva, and you have companies developing their own. You have, listen, Zuckerberg. I'll tell you, you don't need Adobe. You can just send a check to us. We know how to do this.
We'll do it all for you. By the way, we'll do what the ad firms used to do for you too. We'll do everything. You can do it all on your own. And you can do it like that, right?
Do you believe it?
Well, I haven't used it.
I've seen it.
Have you?
Yeah, I've seen it. It's pretty amazing.
This is your daughter?
I told my daughter, don't spend a dime on this. It's just, Dad, why would you ever spend a dime when you can just give the money to these guys now? I said, well, never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Powerful. We'll get more into that downgrade as Emilius takes Adobe to 310. That's 13 times 27. We'll get to C3 AI. There's news on Tesla, AMC, Paramount, cannabis today. We'll get to CoreWeave and Lilly when we come right back.
AT&T business support? Hey, sorry to call again. I think we're ready for faster internet. You can do that for me? It's that easy? Well, while I have you. Good morning, small business on the top. Your bakery is the bomb, so get out of bed. It's time to make some brownies. Yeah, bread does rhyme better there. Yeah, I told you. Bread.
I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Would you let me go when you never come back?
The unmistakable, unmatchable 2026 Infiniti QX60.
Sarah Benzino, Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call Harper?
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body LLC?
We actually sold the twins' naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
If you need a tan, I'm your man. Could do business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
Get exclusive reporting and data on high net worth investors, family offices, and alternative investments from the foremost authority on private wealth, Robert Frank.
More than $100 trillion will pass to younger generations, but today's wealthy invest differently. It's not just about stocks and bonds, but also real estate, classic cars, and fine art.
Get the weekly newsletter and special access to events at cnbc.com/insidewealth.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
What's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor.
Good morning. We got 10 minutes. Guys, tomorrow's CPI, so get that 100K fast track on ETF. It's cheap, easy to pass.
With over 40 unique flavors, there's an HEB Creamy Creations flavor for every craving in Texas. Just one more reason, here, everything's better.
Right now, the bot is long. About 4 hours ago. We might get a pump at open. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell.
Man, it's a big deal. If you're a UFC fan, this is news you don't want to miss. A 7-year deal for all of the UFC's U.S. content on the Paramount Plus network solely. Not going to have to pay per view, by the way, anymore either. What are they paying for that, right? $1.1 billion.
You babysitting?
Disney didn't want to pay it. Disney didn't want to pay it. ESPN did not get it. Warner Brothers didn't get it. Paramount did. It's a big price. I will be speaking to Ariel Emanuel, Mark Shapiro, the 10 a.m. hour.
Are you gonna get that ETF to YOLO, Candy? It's cheap. I got 6 of them. So if I get 6, I'll pass 3, so I have 4 funded, because I have 1 right now I'm using. But long, I think we might get a dip and rip, so I'm not sure.
Will be changed forever.
It's gonna wait. I haven't touched anything yet.
Gold Bond believes touch says everything. It says, I got you. And I've never let you.
Oh, this whole time I was fucking muted? I was talking to you the whole time. Are you gonna get the ETF? I got 6 of them.
With a pressing need for digital expertise to serve our expanding parts and software business.
No, Elite Trader. The one that's... Yeah. So you can YOLO and get 1 free month of activation. That's cheap though. Like, just get 2 and just hedge it. And you'll pass 1 for $25 and get a payout. Cat Daddy got a payout. And Isma got a payout. 8 days, you gotta make around $200 to $900 a day max. Can't make more. So about 8 to 10 days, you can get a payout. If you're over 3,000, you can get a payout. It has to be a minimum 250. So $3,250. Yeah, it's not bad for $25. Cheap as hell.
We can get behind that.
Yeah. Talk to the CEO. He's doing a flash sale just for today for us. So
48%
it works.
of Americans don't get enough magnesium, which is vital for bone, nerve, and muscle health.
Yeah, I
recommend
had to
Cunol
pull a little string for him.
glycinate. It's formulated for
He owed
high
me big
absorption,
time.
and it's gentle on the stomach. Cunol, the brand I trust.
That couple of the Hydro cap's a no-brainer. I know my money's worth.
I haven't asked yet because he's got a lot of stuff he got to pay up first.
It's very simple. Better rates
I don't
mean
want him to
faster
go full
growth.
tilt.
That's exactly what I need. See this?
Yeah, he got 2 out of 3, but you know, 7K is better than okay, right? And I told him to chill out because he was like complaining. I was like, it's chill. Don't do anything stupid like chargeback or anything. He actually listened this time. And you can't rush stuff when they actually looking into it, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's greedy and stupid. That's all it is. It's greedy. He does it all the time.
Welcome back.
It's risky, yo.
Before we get started with trading for the week, right here at Post 9, of course, the New York Stock Exchange. So let's get into Mad Dash. We mentioned very briefly C3 AI. It's one of the names we're focused on in part because it's going to be down a lot.
Right. Now, if we go back, say, to December of 2020, we will see that this was one of that great high flyers during that period where everyone was so excited about anything AI. I always thought it was interesting.
I want to dip so I can long, but I don't know what's going to do now.
Hold to sell. I love this. Ran out of luck. Talking about a catastrophic decline.
We got
in
6
revenue.
minutes.
It turns out that they reported preliminary revenues of $70.3 million at the midpoint. $34 million.
Yeah. I'm about to get paid on this day trader too. I just gotta take it slow.
This is Tom Siegel's company. They announced in July that
Yeah.
they'll be looking for
Apex hasn't removed my payout yet. I need that tomorrow. PO, because I'm gonna short NQ for CPI on that. No matter what, I'm gonna short.
We understand what is behind this revenue shortfall, Jim.
Well, there had
He
been
thumbs up on those Discord giveaway, right? For the money. I'm gonna do the duck race. Okay.
been the story of the last, say, I don't know, years. So it didn't have that recurring, the ARR contracts that, like, let's say Palantir. Like, if I were Palantir, first of all, I'd rip this shirt off and have a t-shirt underneath. I would tell you you didn't know what you're doing and that I was better than you, and then I would finish up by saying I have a lot of ARR. They don't do that.
Okay. We'll keep an eye on it.
Okay, that's all you got. That's it.
Yeah, okay.
You know that.
No, I liked it. I like the carp stuff. I always like the carp
The
stuff.
carp breaks. You would go on YouTube, you just see nothing but carp. It's really crazy. He has boxed out Jensen. You used to see Jensen. Now you just see.
Yeah. He's a unique fella.
Unique. I like
Yes, unique. We're going with unique. All right, now we got 5 minutes till an opening bell. Don't forget you can catch us anytime and anywhere by listening to and following the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
I don't think we should jump in at open. Maybe we should just wait. Yeah, you only got one funded, right?
Weeknight 6 Eastern, streaming on CNBC Plus.
What is it right now? Oh wow, that's not up that much.
Starts from the
Was
first
ER
time.
good?
Most of the time, you're going to talk to Gene Burkett,
Oh.
30-year partner. You're not going to talk to some employee that just got put on the phones that day. There are things that are so crucial, especially if it's
What
a
up, buddy?
cataclysmic event, to have our experts get out.
You loaded up ETF too. Let's go. Oh, I didn't know you had one funded. Nice. I have one funded too, so I only got 6.
Call Frankel first.
Want to glow up? for your phone.
One,
With
two,
Verizon,
three.
everyone
I should get 8, right? Not 6. I don't know if I can click 8 fast enough for tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna get 6. Oh, no. I gotta save my spot for Apex. Apex didn't deduct my money yet. You got like 8 or 10. Well, he won $50 on Twitter earlier for me. Yeah, so that helped a little bit. I need $150 on day trade to get my payout today, so I gotta take it slow. Ooh, I'm so scared.
Blunders to avoid and maximize your Social Security.
What's up, buddy?
Call 1-800-759-4477. Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your comfortable retirement kit. Call 1-800-759-4477. Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800.
Yo, take it slow. Get the any payout, like $50 payout, you still get your refund on the TPT.
Invests with the foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations.
It's dipping. I don't want to short yet. The bot's still long. I gotta wait.
Just around the corner. Yesterday's your ultimate stakeholder
668, where you want along?
is tomorrow. Invest like the future is watching.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen. Invest like the future is watching.
We are mostly through the Q2 earnings season, although we're going to get a few notables this week, including CoreWeave.
Whoa, Tilray's up 20%. Hell yeah.
Takes it from 66, Jim, to 135.
I took some profit, but I still have my shares.
It's the 15th, so it's coming right up. That's 83% of Class A stocks will come free. David, this thing priced at 40.
I should have. I wanted to. I wanted shares on those.
We actually sold some stock before it came public. Yeah.
But I'm just waiting for September to come. September, everything should dump. UNH is.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We talked about the stock opener. I also talked about some unrestricted shares that came unrestricted from the 144A deal they did prior to going public.
Yes, exactly.
Oh no, it's only up 1%.
Down from its highs, but an
It's not
incredible
much.
performer since. They have since announced that deal to acquire Core Scientific that, as I had reported a few weeks ago, was going
No
to
news. I think they say
compensation from
Trump might be
shareholders of Core
coming on, but I'm
Scientific.
not sure.
It's a firm called 2Cs that has filed a proxy to oppose the deal, and we don't even have a shareholder vote. But that goes
Oh
back
shit,
to
I might be up $300 on this Tilray share. I might sell it
any
open.
damage will there be to CoreWeave?
It was a trader.
Wow, that pump.
You could sell. I would have been against this company because of some of the NVIDIA owns a lot of stock. NVIDIA is very close to my call. I don't know whether NVIDIA want to be a seller. Why do they need it? So
If we get 800, I might short. For now, I'm just gonna wait. Looks like it's pumping.
Let's see. It's going to be. We'll talk about a few more names that are coming up this week in terms of.
That's still long.
Here's the opening bell on the CNBC Real-Time Exchange. In the big board at CF Industries, maker of hydrogen and nitrogen products, celebrating 20 years at the NASDAQ. It's D-Boral Arc Acquisition One Corp, a SPAC celebrating a recent IPO. This week, Jim, will also get Circle. We got Chime last week, so some of these recent IPOs have at least given their
I'll take
debut.
$200 profit on this Tilray share. Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. But Brett, yeah, quarter didn't get particularly well responded to when they reported it.
There you go.
So remember, these things became. CoreWeave started a new meme wave of IPOs. So CoreWeave's 40, next thing goes to 180. Then, of course, Circle followed that. When you say something negative about Circle, Circle will immediately tell you that you don't know anything, which I always love. I always love to know I know nothing, and when it puts myself in perspective.
Yeah.
And then we had Figma. Darn too. I didn't like Figma, but it got over 100.
Now, You did, man. You were right not to. And of course, stock did come down, Figma. Right to 33, but it's still an incredible performance you see. In the brief time it's been a public company, still up some 136% going into trading.
Ooh, that drop.
It's AI. It's a real competitor.
Let's see if bot's gonna go short or not. No, not yet.
You do have to be careful with these because, I mean, it was almost double that price. So, you know.
Oh, yeah. Some clown came on TV and started eating fake noodles and said, don't buy it.
I wonder who that clown would have been.
Rusty, he's been hearing Rusty.
Describe yourself as a clown.
I have some issues with myself.
How do you speak with fig Newtons in your mouth?
It was very hard. I felt that I owed an apology to my mother. Always says, don't eat and talk at the
like fig Newtons, and I was sorry to see them wasted like that.
The level will be 640 to be a good long. If we can hit 640.
It's
As for earnings, Jim, we are tracking for 11.7% growth, which is another quarter of double digit. Although B of A today, companies that are missing are lagging by 8 points. That's 3 times the normal lag for people who miss.
You know, it's funny. It's not just miss. If you do not raise, if you just affirm the rest of the year, people take you apart. And I think that that's something that people at home may not understand. That in other words, if you are not saying, hey, not only did we beat the numbers, but we're also going to beat the next quarter.
Oh shit. My volume was low. Can you hear me better now? Sorry.
Put a perfectly good number.
Mike.
A beat and raise, but didn't raise the full year.
I was going to say the same thing about pins last week, Jim.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I think it's gonna dump more. I want a long later though.
And Bill is so good. I thought that they would be able to raise the rest of the year. It's been such a good company, and I feel like Pins and Reddit, by the way, are hidden scrapers. In other words,
What time's Trump speaking?
If
you're ChatGPT, right, you can
10 Eastern? So about 30 minutes? Okay.
Inform your large language model.
Yes, and not just this. The other guys too, Gemini. Perplexity.
Maybe it'll dump and then it'll pump after he's gone.
Do you know that they're considered to be the worst actor in the group? According to Matthew.
In terms of
Yeah, dumping fast.
The most copyright. Now, if you've been following this New York Times lawsuit against Microsoft, this one got filed.
Okay.
Because remember, Dow Jones gets what, 50 million per year.
Yeah.
For them have stuff taken. The New York Times has a lawsuit that if they win, I think it's going to be monumental.
There is a case where but so much of this does come from reporting that was by the likes of New York Times and many other news organizations.
I read the pleadings. I feel like that we all as journalists have to stand for what the New York Times is saying. Because we're all stuck. Even look, us, we say some stuff. Believe me, they come up with. You should take a look at the New York Times lawsuit. How the way that they actually just plagiarize. I mean, if they were doing this at school, we kick them all out, or make them take a semester off, or whatever they do now. We're not allowed to get in trouble,
Or what they do now, because everybody uses chat to write everything.
Well, no, but I'm saying that the worst offenders.
Well,
Perplexity. I can show you.
Close to the bottom, so it might dump a little bit more.
Times stories side by side in the lawsuit, and you'll say, "Are you kidding me? They spent billions with Nvidia on chips."
Not 15, just the 3 minutes. 15, it's just halfway, so I can't really tell.
I asked my staff, I said, "Is the New York Times too liberal talking like this?" What's the matter? They're plagiarizing. What's the matter?
To your point, as well, the digital. I mean, the New York Times digital is obviously the key to the company's present and future, and as a result of people using.
I was long at 88 and I got out only 5 points.
There's no longer the search engine optimization. You're not getting to a link that brings you to the New York Times, which is very different. The New York Times and CNBC. I mean, everybody across the board has had to start to change their business model. They're not quite sure to what as they watch their revenues come down as a result of people not coming to their site.
They used to change the algorithm, and yet the algorithm you can make a new change. No, not anymore. It's like.
Books show red today, choppy red.
From the New York Times or others, and then to Gemini, and you're no longer in
this week is mostly red.
This would be like financial suicide.
We'll see.
It would be
because you're traffic.
80% of the traffic I would do. 80% of the traffic, of course. It'd be like all Google. And it's I gotta speak to somebody. Well, why don't you leave a voicemail?
talk to our AI box. Yeah,
For sure. I mean, like, what happened? What happened to the numbers? What happened to the numbers? Take a look at 2008, 2009 when they changed the algo.
Well, now then you can figure out something new to get it back, but no longer. Guys,
Hot days with Alpha this week, baby.
with who? What?
You know that Meta is going to rule any data. Judge Meta, the guy who called them monopolists, he's going to rule.
HTA.
Yeah, Judge Meta. I was like, wow. No, Zuckerberg's not a judge. He's ruling in his own trial. First
martial arts now law.
It's amazing.
Nice.
He's also taking control of that neighborhood.
A distinguished jurist.
Yes, his own little private school. And now he's a judge.
He's jury, he's judge, he's prosecutor, he's a billionaire. We're nothing. Let's just go on the game. We'll go home.
Judge and jury. Back to our president. Apple shares are down about 1.6% after a record run last week, in which, of course, there is a belief that the iPhone will not be subject to any significant tariffs, although we haven't heard anything specific about that. By the way, if I make sure you get sell in the U.S.
15 minutes
free,
trying to curve down, so we might get a bigger
do I
drop.
get 10%? Why do you think the stock's down? Do I get 10%? Does that make sense?
You get a read-through from NVIDIA?
I think that's people saying, you know what? I got a regular register.
I'm going to take a look.
Are you long or short?
Because I'm not exempting.
Look at all the market cap you just gained. It won't hurt you to give it a look.
What's the argument? You were making 901. How do you feel?
Short might be good. It might be.
20, 37. I don't work like that, Chief.
You don't? No, you change your mind every 3
Hey,
minutes.
listen, Sunshine, that's a good reason to sell.
It's been below
Wait, you
200 days since March.
Oh, it's your funded one, right?
Short squeezes. That short squeeze. They're all waiting for the judge Meta.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
are some reports today out of
I need to
New
work
York
on that.
India is a good
Only
example.
up
Where we're starting to
$100
see
and
some
nobody used
multinational
200.
boycott pressure on McDonald's and Coke, Amazon, Apple, because those are trade talks that have not gone as well as some.
Those have not gone well. But then again, if the
Yeah.
president solves Ukraine this week, there's a lot.
By giving Putin that land swap.
Well, look, you don't want to be Chamberlain. You don't want peace in our time. Giving them the Sudetenland and gives the rest an inability to defend Czechoslovakia. We don't want that.
Then the war hadn't really started. Now the war's been going on for
That was 4 years. That wasn't bad. I don't like to analogize typically to World War II, but there was a Munich conference which I suggest you to wear. Munich, The Price of Peace by Tupper Taylor. 1,000 pages. You can knock it out this weekend. Okay.
Oil did move Friday on some of those initial headlines about the meeting.
Look, I got to tell you that India looks like a client state of Russia.
Yeah.
Not good. Not good.
Do you enjoy UFC fight there, Jim? Ever? Do you enjoy watching two people in a ring?
I know I should. I
beating the holy hell out of each other.
I banged down Tolstoy this weekend. I didn't get a chance to know.
Well, there are a lot of fans of the UFC, as we have detailed many times here on CNBC. And there's a deal this morning in which TKO, which of course owns the UFC, has negotiated a new distribution agreement with Paramount. Something of a surprise. The thoughts had been perhaps they would follow on the recent deal they did with the WWE, also owned by TKO, with ESPN.
Oh,
with another
videos.
deal, or sell the
Videos
rights
in
to the UFC to a number of
YouTube.
different
Hey.
potential participants. Not the case. Paramount is going to be the sole exclusive provider beginning in 2026 for your UFC fights. And by the way, you're not going to have to pay $80.
I'll show it 800 and how long it's 680 if we hit.
To get certain fights. It's all going to be available. And what I've heard and others are is 1.1 billion is what they're going to be paying a year. And again, that starts in 2026. That's a big number for Paramount. Talked to a couple of other of the companies that were at least taking a look, and none of them, as you might expect, were willing to go to 1.1 billion. That roughly doubles what TKO has been getting under its current deal with the UFC, which is with ESPN. I'm going to have an opportunity to speak to both Ariel Emanuel and Mark Shapiro, who run TKO, about the deal, which comes right after, of course, Paramount itself has entered the public markets under the new ticker P-Sky, and in its new incarnation, being the merger of Paramount and Skydance. I did ask David Ellison on Friday when he sat down with us right here on CNBC about the focus for the company, and no surprise, of course, sports was amongst those focuses. Take a listen.
But what we're going to do is restructure our business to run significantly more efficiently, and then we're really going to invest into our growth areas like studios and streamings and sports.
Right.
And I think what's important between my family and our partners with Jerry Cardinal and Redbird, we own 70% of the economics of this business.
Mugo, you have a mic now?
We are focused on one thing, which is truly long-term value creation.
It's a scammer.
And there you have it, making an investment now, guys, that, some would say, whoa, that is a big number, but in the belief that it will pay off over time and not necessarily concerned with the shorter term impact.
Are they playing with the house's money, so to speak, Larry Ellison?
Well, Larry Ellison has contributed as much as I think it was $6 billion originally to the deal, and I think over time, perhaps if there's a need for more capital, it can't hurt to have the second richest man in the world there.
And why didn't Amazon want this?
I don't know. I'll ask, obviously, when I speak to Ari and Mark, in terms of
CPI is tomorrow morning, Mugo.
landscape was.
So go to, I'll DM you.
Netflix, ESPN, or Warner Brothers.
It's telling you doesn't do anything. He's such an airhead.
Those of us who are with our agent, do we get a dividend?
You don't know anything. No, but just make sure they pay. Pay on time. Checks in the mail. Yeah, trust me. All right.
We
Make
might
sure
get
you don't stiff your agent.
kind of a no. How about a stock buy?
You get nothing. You get nothing, and you're going to
That's a nice pump, yeah.
Meantime, the AMC pre-market is higher. I don't know if you saw the quarter-on-quarter attendance up 50%. Revenue per patron above $12. Food and beverage all-time high, $7.50.
Well, look, they got to fix that balance sheet, get that stock up, make it a meme stock again, and then offer some more stock, and that would make me feel better. They really still didn't. They never fixed the balance sheet. That's why that stock's at 3. Remember, they also did a reverse split, so it's not. Don't get your hopes up there.
Well, I never did. Never did.
Box office.
Aaron was able to pull out a lot of money, though.
Well, maybe it was for estate plan. See, Dave doesn't know.
Estate plan. Yeah.
That's what's going to count.
Doesn't count. But his estate.
He would tell you. Now, right now, he's going to say, I announced it. I was out there. I said it.
He did.
Give me a break, Jim.
He did. Listen.
Give you plenty
No, they'll let you do that. They don't care, man.
Better to be lucky than smart. It's like he didn't control the fact that it became a meme craze and was able to sell. Obviously, they sold a lot of stock in the market as well.
And all of this
I'm just waiting for the bot to go short, but it's not going to go short.
You know what? He doesn't know what he's doing.
Looks like it's curving up now in the 3 minutes, so we might get a bigger pump for Trump.
IMAX is a nice contrast, though. A 5-year chart of IMAX.
Yeah, it's not going to go short. He's just going to wait.
Leveraged a fairly healthy North American box office this summer.
That's the winner in that space. They've done really well. Good for them.
Rich Gelfond.
Yeah. Hey, I think he just extended, too.
Did he really?
Extended as a contributor?
He'll like that.
He will.
Jim, Bitcoin's on the move today. A lot of the crypto stocks as well. We're not quite back to 123K, but we're close.
It just continues to be, anytime you ever hear about what size the deficit is, or
yeah,
David,
but
you know,
that dude's not
the
going to
trillions
talk.
of dollars and the interest.
Yes.
Made a lot of younger people feel, this and Ethereum are a better place to be. I'm a huge believer in this, by the way, because I have very little
I think Trump's in 15 minutes, lazy.
I cannot think about how we're going to grow our way out of the situation yet. Maybe.
You mean our debt to GDP?
I've not been able to figure out a way. So it's a great hedge against the.
It conceivably is. But if there's financial Armageddon, Bitcoin hangs in there, you think?
Yeah, I do.
What about when quantum breaks the encryption?
Okay, I'm very worried about that. I'm very worried about that. And I'm going to talk about quantum tonight.
Because you've gotten more constructive on quantum.
Yes, I have. Because Jensen Wong sat next to me and said, Jim, maybe quantum is not as far away as I thought. That was a crucial moment in
that was
purposes.
Remember when they all took off in terms of that was Alphabet when they came out, right?
Yes, but then Jensen said, "Look, I think it's for real."
Man, that drop. Making me want to short now.
They've got a great quantum unit. Dave, what do you got there?
When you guys were talking crypto,
yeah, I grabbed 6 of them.
We don't know. It's
yeah. I mean, it's cheap.
Zach
you know what I mean?
Co-founder and CEO of World Liberty Financial. Eric Trump.
I mean, Cat Daddy did it. He got a payout from $26. He got $600 payout. That's awesome.
Raised $1.5 billion in a direct offering and are going out and buying.
Oh, he will. He was so happy that day.
Noting that one. I mean, the strategy has now been duplicated by so many. Saylor was way ahead. Way ahead.
You know, David came in and explained to me the mathematics of another fellow.
Man, everyone should get the ETF. That's like the cheapest ever.
Yeah. Ethereum. Yes.
You would not want to be an Ethereum short.
From 200 to 900 max, nothing more. Yeah, 200 the count has 1 day, and 900 is the max you can make. And then after 8 days on your first payout, you can cash out over 3,000.
But these things don't trade 1-to-1 on what they have. And yeah, Tom Lee
Good
is
job,
the
Fish.
chairman. I would buy Ethereum. I would buy Bitcoin right now on BMNR. It's $6.5 billion.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with this market, but just wait.
They sell stock. Big individuals. Can they get out of stock, take advantage of the run? Is there a lockup?
I don't
Yeah.
believe. I don't know.
He has 10K profit he's holding.
Yeah, but I'm not sure.
Good idea.
He must be long. He better get out.
You did not my map.
I need to tell Fish Trump is coming on.
There it is. Look at that. Yeah.
Another chart, guys. Year-to-date highs is MSOS, Jim, as there's more discussion about whether the White House reschedules cannabis to schedule.
There's only Trump, Andrew.
With a lot of low-dollar stocks there.
They've been waiting for these days for years.
Yeah, I just feel like that. I don't want to get people's hopes in that group.
Certainly has weighed on the spirits industry to some degree, right?
Oh my God, no, the spirits people who are completely dispirited, but also just refusing to admit reality. Cannabis, okay, GOP-1, and the desire of this incredible group, this one of these XYZs, Gen Z, they want to look and feel better. Want to look and feel better, and they care about like what it does to their brain, their canals, in the brain. I was worried about the Panama Canal when I was that age. Well, canal.
I want to look and feel better too.
Well, then just stop tripping your darn full head off.
But it gets harder and harder.
Pretty straightforward opening this morning. Dow's up 5, S&P's up 4, VIX below 16 is one to watch, and of course we're in for a big run of macro data this week. We'll get CPI tomorrow, PPI Thursday, retail sales, UMISH, and all the regular things, mortgage apps and claims. Stay with us.
It's brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
Yeah.
Why did I go to the doctor? I remember being so light.
I always a trader. I hate the other one. It's harder. It's actually harder to YOLO on those other ones, the other platform than Trader Base.
My heart would race just taking my son to practice.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat.
Yeah, that's what I do. I don't use the copier for YOLO. Some reason it doesn't take profit correctly, so I just do it one by one. So like 15 minutes before the data comes out, I'll just click buy long and another one buy short.
Why? Because bookkeeping sucks. You shouldn't be doing it yourself. So go to Zendu.com. And what you're going to get there is a trusted financial partner. So you can do what you do best. Run your business. Zendu.com.
Looks like it wants to pump more. Yeah. If it dip, I might go long.
Indeed, you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which
3
makes
minutes
it
want to
easier
go
for
up
you
some
to
more, so
hire.
I'm not long on the
Visit
dip. I hope we get a dip.
Indeed.com/hire.
Catches up with everyone, even me. That's why I trust Cunil Ultra High Absorption Turmeric to support my joint health. It's the #1 doctor-recommended form of turmeric that helps you keep doing the things you love at every age. Cunil, the brand I trust.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors. And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspays.com to learn what your policy might be.
Yeah, Trump should be coming on at 10, guys, so
Selling their
just
life
wait.
insurance to Abacus was right for them and their estate
Don't sell and lapse your policy without going to abacuspays.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
Who simply save outdoor monitoring.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras and live agent monitoring?
Stop. This is simply.
Hey, Mugo's a crackhead. Doesn't know we have any position on him.
Simply safe.
Hey, Google, download NinjaTrader, and then you can add all the Tradeovate part firms into one NinjaTrader. It'd be easy for you to look at.
Transforming the way you work with an HP device.
I'll show you. I'll show you later, though.
Remote deployment and management from a single
Oh, you can do that on Tradeovate only.
multiple locations securely.
You see my screenshot?
Better experiences for more
A live account, all the prop accounts on the NinjaTrader.
HP.
I'll show you later, after tonight maybe.
The best stocks in the market is very simple. These are stocks with good fundamentals in the process of rising higher.
Join Pro for exclusive access to Josh Brown's best stocks in the market at cnbc.com.
No, I don't.
Best
I always spend the cheapest I can get. I don't spend extra.
Between Intel, NVIDIA,
Yeah, I'm cheap. I don't care for the add-ons.
surrounding the chips today. ARM Holdings actually the number one gainer at the open for the NDX.
Yeah,
although the Dow is
I don't do the add-on.
We'll get stopped trading with Jim in just a moment.
It's just a YOLO for me. And then when I get funded, I'm just gonna YOLO that too.
We just signed the lease on our third shop. My assistant went to customink.com to get new uniforms with all the locations. He found great products, uploaded new art, and had boxes sent to all the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at customink.com.
As a cardiologist, when I put my patients on a statin to reduce cholesterol,
Oh yeah, I do have credits. Let me see my credit. Hold on.
I recommend taking Cunol CoQ10. Cunol has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Cunol,
What's
the
my?
brand I
Where do
trust.
you go to see the credit?
Buy low, sell high. Jump on that trend right away. That's not how investing works. Wealth isn't won in a bad.
I got 2,000 credit.
Strategy and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing.
I can, but I gotta wait because I don't think I can click fast enough to get all 8, and then do my Apex.
Result. We reach your goals as our
Yeah, it's dipping.
We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Overtime's about understanding what just happened in the markets that day.
I'm probably not gonna touch. We got 5 minutes until Trump, so let's not do anything.
Beginning investors, I'm always like,
Closing bell overtime. Weekdays 4 Eastern and streaming on CNBC.
I tell Jack to get ETF to YOLO to know.
I'm confident.
Yeah,
The
that
Mazda
and
CX-50,
LUCID.
assembled in America, and the Mazda CX-5. Discover more at the Mazda Summer Sales Event. Current inventory remains unaffected by new tariffs.
Take advantage of one of these exceptional offers during the More to Move You sales event.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
It's time for Jim to stop trading.
I had an L phone last week, Carl. And this is a heavily shorted stock. Morgan Stanley agrees with me, hold buy. The reason I like it, this is a cosmetics company, and they have the most inexpensive cosmetics, is because they have the rights to Rhode, which is a very, very hot cosmetics. They have it deeper. And it's going to be in Sephora next month. So they're saying, listen, this is something you want to be excited about. My sources indicate, including looking at Reddit, that this is going to be people lying around lying around the block to get into Sephora, and that you don't want to be short this stock ahead of that launch.
Does that extend to Ulta and EL and other beauty names?
I think Ulta is going to kind of not a winner or loser on that. I don't want to see, if you're Ulta, you never want to see Sephora have any win. And this is a win for Sephora. I'll just into Dollar General. I want David to go to my Dollar General because it's not necessarily the place where you would want, say, cosmetics, higher end cosmetic in, but Dollar General is a good format. They're in many, many places. Good rural distribution. Rural.
Yes. It's hard, Philly.
Yeah, and how is
Market
my
sucks today.
Philadelphia Phillies doing it? Your rural.
The border?
Yeah, metropolitan.
Like Queens, boys, not yet. Things aren't going well.
No,
Not yet.
because you spend so much money, but not as well as our team.
Anyone got the link for Trump?
It's a long season.
What about tonight?
Okay, I've got CERNS, which is, by the way, Brian Percentage runs it. Chips for autos. Brian Percentage played of Intel. Jennifer Scanlon, who just moderated a panel on quantum. And yes, the principal existential risk
Thanks, Candy.
for crypto is if quantum figures out how to bust it. You don't want that, then.
No, you don't. If we ever get there, we'll run this tape. I'll tell you that.
Oh, well, yeah. And you with your Jeff, you don't even know who Jeff Probst is, but if you did, you would know when he says, ain't got nothing for you. That means you're getting voted off the island. You're not going to go home.
That's a Survivor. Is that the name of that show?
Check it out.
It's going.
It's pretty open show of all time. He doesn't even know what it is.
Except for this one.
I watched the first season like
Except
everybody
for
else.
yes. We'll see you tonight, Jim. Mad Money, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Squawk on the Streets back after this.
Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart.
What
We make
up?
coffee that supports our community, and Walmart's played a big part. You know, most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or
And Lou, I thought you got a mic.
U.S. So we can invest back into our community. Walmart, huh? Who knew? Now you know, Jerry. And that is how you grew a mighty fine American business.
Stock investors, learning to use options could improve your returns when stocks rise and turn losing stocks
We
into
get
winning
set. We get
trades.
823 to be
Million
short.
times a day, proving that for many of today's savviest investors, trading stocks alone, it's
Is that
not an
Milo?
option. Our new book can show you how to become a successful options
Like you're
trader.
babysitting,
Today,
damn
we're
it.
giving away copies for free.
I got the book and I read it in a weekend, and it's just like, wow, I've opened up a whole new avenue of investing for me I never knew was possible.
On a measurable level, I'm being successful.
I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me.
I will not go out and buy shares anymore. I just buy options.
I would say if you were considering learning from John and Pete for options, it's a no-brainer. You're learning from guys who 25 plus years in the business.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it.
Get your free copy now at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
Ooh, Trump did it.
The place where you create those special moments. We celebrate the home and the way you live in it. At
It's
30
gonna be
Days
late
Wines,
like always.
We help you create that special place. And because we know you're busy, we bring the showroom to you at your convenience and provide a design expert to help you find the perfect solution that fits your style and budget. 30-day blinds. You'll love the treatment. Call or go online right now to schedule your free in-home design consultation.
Behind this couple's financial future is their advisor, who's building a portfolio designed to meet all their needs. And behind their advisor are Vanguard's institutional quality bond funds, powered by a deep bench of experts.
Yeah, we should have kept that long at 88 earlier.
The fact is, 90% of Vanguard's active bond funds outperformed their peers over the last 10 years.
Get behind that.
Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard.
Let's talk about what you see happening in the markets.
I have never been more excited about the future of America. I just wish I could figure a way out to live 90 more years.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus. The PGA Tour season is nearing the finish. Rounds of reckoning, each hole a test of nerve. Well, here, the FedEx Cup Playoffs BMW Championship, live on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
Monday morning, welcome back to Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah in with Carl Quintanilla and David Faber, live as always from Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. Stocks are rallying on this Monday morning, just a little bit. We're up 5 points on the S&P, NASDAQ again unchanged. Dow up 3. Big report of the week is going to be CPI tomorrow. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Ahead of that, we've got Treasuries on the move. They're still almost 100% odds of
Trump's supposed to be on, but he's late.
for September. The 10-year a little bit lower, so there's buying at the long end, and then the short end, some selling with the 2-year note yield a little bit firmer, 3.76%. Today, new reports: Nvidia and AMD will pay the U.S. government a portion of China chip sale revenues. As the Intel CEO makes his way to the White House, we've got all the details from Washington. And then breaking news this morning: a new home for UFC, Paramount Plus. TKO Holdings CEO Ari Emanuel and President Mark Shapiro will be here.
Take this shit.
Order submitted. Plus, Barrick Mining just reporting earnings as we await clarification on these gold tariffs. The CEO joins us first on CNBC in just a few minutes.
The president is set to speak this hour on a busy morning for headlines when it comes to the semis. Let's get to Eamon Javers this morning from the White House. Hey, Eamon.
Carl, that's right. We were expecting the president right at the top of 10 o'clock. Looks like they're running a little bit behind here. And a whole lot to hear from the president of the United States this morning. He's going to be talking about crime in D.C. and a new effort that they're putting in place here to use federal law enforcement to solve the crime problem in D.C. But what we're going to be interested in from a market's perspective are a couple of things. One is this report, now confirmed by a White House official to me, that the AMD and NVIDIA have both agreed to give 15% of their chip sales to the U.S. government in exchange for the permission to export those chips. A White House official flagging some comments by the Commerce Secretary Lutnick over the weekend in which he said, look, that's just
That's why AMD is red.
best chip. So downplaying the idea that there's a national security threat here from the sale of these chips, which has now been agreed to by the U.S. government in exchange for that 15% payment. We're also waiting, as you guys were just talking about, on some questions on gold tariffs. The White House had said last week that the information that was in the media over the couple of days preceding the weekend was misinformation. But they haven't said exactly what was misinformation, and they haven't said exactly what the president plans to do about it. We are told to expect some new executive orders on gold as well. And then, of course, the big question is whether the president's going to extend that China deadline, which is tomorrow. There was some expectation after the visit of the Treasury Secretary to Sweden and those negotiations with the Chinese side that we would see the president, in more or less short order, go ahead and extend that deadline for another 90 days to keep those talks going and that trade truce in place. We haven't seen the president do that, though, and so there's some question now about.
I did on NQ, got me on my short.
Ahead of that deadline tomorrow. Could it be more soybean purchases? The president posting on social media over the weekend that he wants to see the Chinese make more purchases of American soybeans. So maybe there's some last-minute haggling over that. We'll wait and see what the president says, and if he takes any questions off topic here in this press conference in the White House briefing room, which is expected in the next couple of minutes or so, guys.
Yeah.
What happens if we don't get an extension on China by the time the deadline runs out tomorrow?
Well, then the tariffs snap back into place, right? I mean, so we go back into a high tariff world that was, that trade truce that came in place. I think markets really welcomed that. And then the question is, if we allow the tariffs to snap back, what does that mean for markets tomorrow? The expectation has been that the president will extend it, but he has clearly decided he doesn't want to do that until the last possible moment if he does it at all.
Okay, Eamon, thank you. A lot of moving pieces in our world there at the White House today. Keep us posted, Eamon Javers. Meantime, tariffs overall are bringing in a lot of money. Just wanted to bring you the latest figures because now we got them for July.
Yeah, check that,
the
buddy.
money's pouring in. Here's the monthly look at receipts into the U.S. Treasury from tariffs. We collected more than $29 billion just in the month of July, and that was the highest monthly
It'll be
total
like
to
this
date so
until
far.
after CPI.
Because those tariffs are really starting to kick in. Overall, $152 billion have been collected through July.
I want a new all-time high, so I was short on my cash account.
Because we didn't have tariffs this time last year.
Yeah.
Which is why I think it's very appealing for the administration, because we are getting away with it with
For fun.
stocks near record highs, inflation, while creeping up a little bit, mostly benign. I mean, that's going to be a big question into tomorrow, Carl. Someone's paying for the tariffs. And as long as it's this mixture of foreign, exporters trying to capture market share are importers, but they're able to offset them a little bit and you know, a little bit pass through to the consumer. All this mitigation, if we don't see a big spike in inflation, I mean, we're starting to bring in real money when it comes to tariffs.
Goldman's got some great numbers on who's eating them. Their view is 64% of the tariffs being eaten by U.S. companies, another 22% being passed on to consumers, which leaves what? 20% is being paid by foreign entities, but it is.
I mean, we dump a lot of people
money, and
in
that's
blow
one reason
because
why
everybody's
Goldman
taking
says
long.
core CPI is going to be 3.3 by December.
So question, so we'll look for CPI
And Gambit.
tomorrow.
Gambit
The
doesn't
expectation
short,
is that core
just like
only goes
fish.
up 0.3%, which is a little bit elevated from where we have been going up. But look, expectations are still that the Fed's going to be able to cut in September. We're not talking about going up to levels that we saw back in 2022 on inflation. We're talking about goods prices, namely, I don't know, furnishings. That's where we saw it show up last month, right? Because they get
Short in
hit with
September for
tariffs.
sure.
But as long as services prices stay moderate, which has been the story, this is a services economy. Can we get away with not seeing a big sharp spike in inflation? Because so far we haven't seen that. We've seen hotel prices and airline prices moderate. I mean, that's what feeds into services, and that has helped offset any big spike. It's why
Are you long? Oh, you're short, ain't you?
Powell should be cutting rates. We don't have an inflation problem. I mean, we still
Oh,
are
you're
under
long?
3% on inflation.
I know. Although the share in now
That's a
we're
good
watching
one.
diffusion of CPI, the share of items in CPI that are rising faster than 4% is now 40%. Almost half of the CPI is rising more than 4%. So that's what we're keeping. Good, so Matt. Obviously, you're right about
Man,
services.
this fucking
We're
hurry
hoping
him,
that's
come
gonna
on.
keep them over.
Services, gas prices. I mean, it's a very large economy, and if it's just showing up in a few goods, that's what we're going to look at the breakdown of goods prices and services
32
prices.
is a good long
But
though.
even with that,
3 minutes looks like I got
there
more
are those on
upside.
the Fed, like Governor Waller, who are arguing it's
Yeah.
a one-time increase.
15
The
minutes
Fed will
upside,
grow it.
3
It
minutes
doesn't speak
upside.
to
I
the
don't see
underlying
anything
demand
going
in the
down.
U.S. economy, which actually is moderating at the same time where demand for labor is moderating. We saw that in the last jobs report. So the Fed should be cutting rates, and we don't have a big inflation problem. That's going to be
I
the
might
key
join
question of the
along with
week.
you.
But in the
A
meantime,
little
I
bit.
mean, interesting to contemplate what you can do with all those revenues. Pay down the deficit, issue checks. I don't know, maybe not have to pay an income tax. That's the old dream, right?
Yeah,
The
we're
President
not quite-
harkens
we're not-
back to.
Yeah, he has mentioned that.
We're not there yet. Yeah.
I mean, it does help on the deficit, no doubt about that.
It helps for sure. Speaking of tariffs, shares of Barrick Gold falling despite reporting a slight profit beat in Q2 earlier this morning. Gold production came in below estimates. Prices off their highs as we await this clarification on gold tariffs from the White House. That's after reports that import taxes would
Is
be
gold
levied on
down?
gold bullion and bars. Joining us now to discuss it all is Barrick Mining CEO Mark Bristow.
Oh
First
wow,
off,
gold down
CNBC.
2%.
Before we get to earnings, Mark, what do you hear about whether gold
Nice long. Nice
will
long.
be tariffed? We're waiting for this announcement.
I think it's a little confusing, as you mentioned earlier. At the end of last week, we got these messages, but I think everyone's waiting for clarification out of the White House.
If they are included in tariffs, say from Switzerland, because now we have a higher Swiss
You
rate.
believe the 25K, right? Gambit?
What's that going to mean for the
The
price
pro?
of gold?
Okay.
So I think, as you know, miners, we're price takers, but we saw that in copper for the US
Yeah.
copper-based pricing had some upward pressure on the copper price.
You made payouts, so it's
But
worth it.
for us as miners, we're price takers. That if the price goes up, it's good for us.
Is it assumed that the price will go up like we saw with copper? And then
Yeah,
there was
you
this rug pull
invented
with
it in one
copper where
day.
they excluded refined copper, and then prices came all the way back down.
Yeah, so I think that's the point. Right now, as you can imagine, the gold price is at close to an all-time high. It's very good. Gold miners are doing well. It's not a bad place to be, and I still think that there's still more risk on the upside with the gold price than the downside, just on fundamentals. As the world wrestles with the
Nice work on LUCID.
deglobalization and all
Get
the
the payout.
challenges within the global economy.
Oh, the right one, the new one, or the old one?
The demand for gold globally, if there were tariffs on gold bars?
That's the one you got to pay out last time, right?
We've got a lot of gold on surface, and so if that was the equation, we would
Nice,
see it already. It's I think the
Yeah, you got a huge buffer.
de-dollarization and emerging central banks
Yeah.
assets.
I think that's how what the Tradeify was too. So I'm still working on that one.
Sense.
Mark, what's
I haven't touched those in a long
what has
time.
the Swiss response been to all this? Do you expect them to be more vocal about it?
Order filled.
I don't know, you know,
Order
the Swiss are very,
You
quiet
got
in
it.
the way they deal with these critical issues. I think that, you know, amongst my peers and our conversation this morning, I think everyone's a little
I was short at
clear what was
51 with
actually said
150
and what was
TPT.
meant last week, and everyone's waiting for some clarification.
Do you have an expectation that that clarification is coming?
I'm sure it'll come. You know, there's never a shortage of clarification. I'm sure it'll come.
Let's give us
So what's going on
800.
with
Come on.
production?
800
I
now
mentioned
short
that gold
everything.
output fell despite what we're seeing as strong prices. Does that ramp back up? Are you seeing any bottlenecks that would hurt that?
I don't know. I'm
There's your 60.
unclear about that because the general consensus is it was an inline quarter. Production costs came down. All the good things in gold mining. You know, production was up. Costs were down. Margins were bigger. We paid at 50% more dividend. We've got no debt, so we squared out on net debt, no net debt. So good place to be again as a gold miner, and we've got significant growth. We're pointing to 30% increase in gold equivalent ounce growth over the next 5 years.
There we
Yeah,
go.
no, all good quarter. I was just wondering about the production
Order
mix in particular
filled.
and what you expect to happen with output.
No, gold is up, and we are
I'll
not
short again at 60.
Order submitted.
Copper was up materially, and more importantly, the
Order
unit
filled.
costs
There we
were down,
go.
which is helpful because we've been really managing that cost pressure, and it's good to see that decline in unit cost, both with regard to copper and gold.
How global is your supply chain, and could there be disruptions if we do see higher tariffs? If we don't get, say, this extension of a deal between U.S. and China, just increased trade barriers? How big of a headwind is that?
We are very global. We've got operations in all 4 continents around the globe, apart from the Antarctic and Arctic, and so we manage that global supply chain. We are the biggest gold miners in the United States, one of the biggest miners in the United States. So that impacts us. But again, we've been managing that reasonably well, to your point earlier, on offsetting and how the tariff impacts have been managed. And in the rest of the world, you know, there's a lot of pressure to redirect the supply chain, and so we have opportunities to benefit from that pressure in some of our operations that are not US based.
Got it, Mark. It's really good. Good day to talk to you. Good earnings day, but also, you know, with these tariffs in question. Mark Bristow, nice to see you.
Thank you. Thanks,
Very
Deb.
nice to see you.
Let's give you a roadmap for the rest of the hour. Paramount Skydance makes a big media deal. It acquires exclusive rights to air the UFC. It costs them $7.7 billion over 7 years. We're going to talk with the men who run UFC parent TKO Group Holdings about this major deal.
Citi raises its target on the S&P to 6,600. They cite a strong earnings season. Their head strategist will join us to explain that call.
And the winners and losers. One name in the space getting upgraded ahead of earnings, but another player down more than 20% in early trading. We've got a big show still ahead for you. Squawk on the Street will be right back after a quick break.
No application fee if you apply by September 3rd at University of Maryland Global Campus, offering online and hybrid courses and lifetime career services. Learn about our more than 135 degrees and certificates at ungc.edu.
At Omaha Steaks, we do burgers differently. We take a premium aged steak like this and turn it into a pure ground burger like this. So this is
Any
actually
money,
a ribeye.
Gambit?
This is a New York strip, top sirloin, beef brisket, and this is a filet mignon. For a limited time, our Burger Perfection flight comes with 20 big juicy burgers
I
for
haven't
just
touched anything on my Pro
Right now,
yet.
get 8 of our new smash burgers free with your order at omahasteaks.com/TV. This is Burger Perfection.
But no kids today, so I can tray all day.
Mazda gives you more.
Yeah. They start school Wednesday too, so that's good.
More room, more peace of mind. When you leave nothing out, there's more to move you.
What's up, Ty?
Discover more at the Mazda Summer Sales Event. Current inventory remains unaffected by new tariffs.
Take advantage of one of these exceptional offers during the More to Move You sales event.
Y'all make sure I get 35 because they ain't advertising it, honey.
Oh, we're advertising. Get 3 pieces of our crispy, juicy signature chicken for just $5. How's that?
Let's go, Papa.
Let me get that Discord giveaway set up for
Now that I'm a mom,
that's
things
$60.
are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
But
Order filled.
oh shit, what happened? I don't know, but my thing shorted. I got out.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Woo.
Welcome back. Paramount and TKO striking a landmark 7-year, $1.1 billion a year agreement, making Paramount Plus the exclusive U.S. home for the UFC. That's
Order filled.
in 2026.
Order
Joining us
submitted.
now on CNBC
Order
to
canceled.
talk about the deal and sports, who knows what else. TKO CEO Ari Emanuel and its President COO Mark Shapiro. Guys, thank you both.
Still not on yet, is he?
David Ellison was sitting in his very studio on Friday. Did you guys have a deal done at that point? Just give me some sense here. How quickly did this come together? Because I know, Ari, there were other bidders, obviously, for this property.
Well, it was the marketplace that was
What's that?
the bidder, and many different configurations. It came together in 48 hours after there was multiple players for different configurations of our content, pay-per-views, fight nights. As you know, we have 13 pay-per-views, 30 fight nights, and once his deal closed, they jumped in very quickly, and Mark and team, after we kind of figured out the economics, all the other stuff, Mark and
What's up,
team.
cutie pie?
1.1 billion maybe was the highest number, but is there a benefit to it being all on one platform, or is there perhaps some reason you might have wanted Mark to actually have it on a number of different platforms?
Look, we were going to, of course, always look at really 2 parts of the strategy. One is monetization, maximizing the value of our
What,
rights.
73?
The second, just as importantly, is what's the right home and platform for the future growth of our brand and our business. So if we can be in one place at the right price, in this scenario,
Yeah,
which
long
is
is
that
good.
AAV of
Not now,
$1
though.
a year, which is 2 times what we got on the
Well,
last deal.
15 minutes still
we
got
check
way
the
more
box on
upside,
the
so we might pump
financial
later.
part of this. In terms of the brand,
I need
it
a
was
bigger
important
dip.
to us to have CBS play a big component in this. And as they've laid out, this is Paramount Plus exclusively, but
Order
CBS will
filled.
have simulcast
Order
on many
submitted.
of the fights and likely all of the numbered events, which are formerly the pay-per-view fights.
Oh, so these are going to be available on the broadcast network.
We're on Symphony Network. We're going old school.
Order
Give me the
filled.
great Brett
Order
Musburger,
filled.
CBS Sports, all that great history. They have the Masters, right? They have Super Bowl and NFL. They have Final Four. We like that.
Yeah, but that's this design though for Paramount Plus obviously gets. I mean, they only have, not only they have about 77 million subscribers, almost all domestic. They don't really have a great international reach. I would think it's designed to obviously get them a lot of subscribers. So by putting it on the broadcast network, I don't follow it.
But it is going to be on. It's to drive like he did when he did Matt and Trey's deal at South Park.
Yeah.
To drive things for Paramount Plus. But for us also, we wanted the reach of CBS and the Tiffany aspect of CBS.
Order
Right.
filled.
So this will be simulcast. When we were at
Order
ESPN and
filled.
Disney, we always actually were asking for a little bit of ABC because we want the broadest reach.
Right, in the same way the NFL doesn't want to take its games off broadcast, right?
Look at what a dual strategy is for them. I mean, obviously, your Friday was a terrific interview. I mean, you covered the gamut and all the tough stuff. But at the end of the day, his
Order
strategy,
filled.
streaming
Got out my short.
and studios.
Order
It's right in our wheelhouse. He sees media, David Ellison here. He sees content. He sees storytelling through the prism and lens of technology. That idea, that strategy, best ad tech solution in the business. That's what he's aiming for. A unified platform, more personalization, more customization, integrating sports betting, which is a big part of our fan experience when it comes to the UFC. That was all the stuff that was very attractive to us, way beyond the price. But you need CBS, as Ari said, to really drive that reach. Think about it. His goal is get more subs. Take that 77 million up to 300, but to keep them there. And the fact that we're year round, the fact that every month we have a big premium fight, that will be an antidote.
Because people are not going to necessarily cancel the way they might on another
I think that was important to Mark and I as we were looking at this, because we had many different configurations of what we were going to do. We didn't have, like we have now, and they've been incredible partners, and we just did a WWE deal. We don't have the double window. Meaning the double pay window, meaning you have to buy ESPN and then you have to pay for a month.
We're paying $80 a month, I think,
right,
to
the pay-per-view event.
Right.
More than that, really.
Yeah.
I mean, $11.99
and the $80.
plus 80 plus per month.
Yeah.
Here, just think of this. If you take their ad platform as it stands now, so you're going to sign up for Paramount Plus with ads, it's $8. It's $8 and you get all of the UFC included.
I will say the following. We started out actually at Paramount with Spike way back in the day, 21 years ago. Moved all of our fans to Fox, built that business, moved them to ESPN, built that business, started out at 3 million, now they're 25 million, something like that. Our fans move. And the business of TKO for Mark and I is kind of purpose built for where streaming and the market share. At Netflix, they want big events. So we're going to do the boxing event in September. And you got the
See, 3 minutes. You got more upside.
Won the big event, our big event, which is our PLEs domestically. They got now. David wants to build a streaming service. We want to broadcast. We wanted to get rid of the old model pay-per-view. That's what TKO, as we've envisioned it a long time.
Pay-per-view, the old model.
Order submitted.
It's antiquated. It's just an antiquated model. What's on pay-per-view these days? Once in a while, a big time boxing match. It starts in the middle of the night, and or maybe some movies on DirecTV. It's an antiquated model. Right? It's a wall, it's a barrier at the end of the day for our fans to get our product. This will be well received by our athletes, by our fans, and that was crucially important to Dana White.
Yeah. Are you guys, I mean, this is all the big ones now, right? You got WWE and UFC have been done now, right? So no new rights deals in the future here where analysts are going to sort of anticipate what's coming.
We might have boxing. We've discussed boxing, but yes, this is kind of like the big stuff.
You're going to sign a big deal for bull riding? I mean, what's going to,
Well, currently PBR has a nice home across CBS, ironically. We have some Fox Nation going. We have CW. But there is more to sell there. Probably not at these levels, David, but it will round out like this.
I actually believe putting David on a bull gets huge numbers.
I would, very briefly, for the 30, maybe for the 10 seconds that I left. But I mean, it is, if it's 10 seconds, you're a hero. I'm a hero. Probably dead. Sports itself, though, especially in the AI era, seems to be perhaps the only thing you can kind of bank on as programming these days.
Well, we think, as David Ellison said on Friday, sports is a big thing.
I keep shorting at 63.
I think, and our sports are kind of premium in that space right now. It drives subs. So, yes.
Look, sports, at the end of the day, it's the
gonna get
last
caught
thing
with
that
Trump coming
unifies us.
on.
Yeah. Everything on television, you are watching, streaming,
But
TV,
15 minutes
streaming.
looks like I got
What are you
more
watching
upside.
for? You're watching for
All-time
rooting
high,
interest,
maybe.
you're watching for rivalries, you're watching for dynasties. It truly is that last bastion of unifying content. We're sitting right in the middle of it with UFC, which is similar to the WWE, very young, very diverse, global, and a very strong female base. 35 to 40% of our audience is female for both WWE and UFC.
And for all of them,
yes,
they're year-long.
Right, they're all.
There's no.
Now, you mentioned global. What about the international rights here? Sold separately. Paramount has a right potentially to bid on them. So explain that.
We merged both PBR, IMG, and On Location in
6 months.
6 months ago. IMG has handled the international rights for years. Paramount will have a right as they go internationally to bid on them as they expand their business. But right now, it's a great business for us.
Ooh, I caught that drop.
IMG industry best. Mark McCormick started this company. I mean, they are the global leader in media distribution,
But
primarily
all the
sports.
screens is
They are out
to the
with
upside, so
150
I don't know.
properties every day to sell around the world and on planes and on boats. So they do a great job selling
Give it a dip,
UFC
not
right now
long.
across 210 different countries around the world in 50 different languages. We have 600 fighters that hail from 75 different countries. So we like our chances, and the acquisition, to Ari's point on IMG, the underpinning for it shows itself here.
You know, on some of the deals, people wanted the international, which would have taken away that economics. We now
Still not on
retain
yet,
that
right?
economics
Damn it, I
in
don't have his
addition to
YouTube
the
link.
domestic deal.
Yeah,
So
I
that's
got
an
it now.
added.
You think,
It's
I mean,
still not
obviously,
on.
do you think Paramount's gonna be able to make money on this? Because I did talk to a couple of other, let's call them senior executives at firms that bid on this, and they're like, I couldn't make it work past this number, and it wasn't near 1.1 billion.
Here's what I would say to you. Everybody has a different reasoning. As I said, Netflix wanted live events to build their advertising model. Other people
I guess we can do the race.
in this situation,
Let's give it 30 more minutes.
in the past with our ESPN deal that we drive sub, which is crucial to David's strategy.
And David, yes, we would never. I mean, we represented David
Yeah,
Ellison and
he
Scott
is
Hansen
looking
for quite some
bad.
time at William Morris, right?
Might go red.
We've never been against him. He has put together an A-class team. He's surrounded by Jerry Cardinal from Redbird. He's got Jeff Shell, Andy Gordon. I mean, up and down the line, Cindy Holland, David Burson, George Cheeks, Efren Narone, who did this deal. That he's curated an A-class team. And they're what?
It is gonna take time. If you've noticed the linear cable network business, it's not very good, okay? And they still have a lot of
As David said to you, one of his most important thing is as cable kind of loses ground, he's got to build up his direct-to-consumer business. We have shown with our products that it drives consumers to them.
So the easiest thing right now
Order
is just
submitted.
come in, like he told you on Friday, we're going to streamline, we're going to get rid of redundancy, we're going to cut some costs, we're going to get our house in order. But while he's doing that, he's changing the tires going 90 miles an hour on the freeway. He's being opportunistic. The UFC is here and now. What's the next major property coming up for bid? Potentially the NFL when they open the window after 29, which he already has. So whether it's South Park or it's the UFC, he's jumping in.
Order filled.
It's not cheap, as today's deal would.
Order
would-
submitted.
Premium content is never cheap.
No, it's not.
And South Park,
Yeah,
everybody, number one show on television right now.
they've been doing an interesting job, but especially
I'm
lately.
a little
Dana
pumped.
White still runs day-to-day UFC, right?
Order filled.
There we go.
Order submitted.
He is. So what do you guys actually do?
Not much. We actually talked to each other.
Order
all day.
canceled.
I mean, that's going pretty well though, right?
That's why we're wearing the same.
Order
You can't get
submitted.
these guys to come separately. They're either a package deal or they won't come at all.
It actually started to work though. You know, when we started this and everybody talked about this merger, didn't understand the WWE and UFC, I think that was about $21 billion, that merger. We're now plus 35.
Yeah, you're 33,
Order
$34 billion
filled.
market
Order
cap.
submitted.
The stock
I think
obviously
it's actually
performed
starting to
well.
work, so we're going to stick together for a while.
$37 billion enterprise right now. And keep that in mind. I think the financials here are very
Order
important.
filled.
There we go.
Q2, you know, we beat earnings. Obviously, we beat estimates. We had adjusted
Yeah, I
EBITDA
got
on
it.
that line.
I'm up
We hit on the top
800
line.
this eval.
Margins for WWE, UFC in Q2 are 59%.
Right.
We're talking
I didn't know I had a renew on like future elite.
free cash flow conversion. So you
So I got like 2 weeks to pass now. 'Cause it's been on sitting there for a long time.
Do you have a free cash flow estimate for us for 2026?
We're not handing that out right now, but we are focused on our capital return program, and we will be leaning into that.
I don't know what Nvidia's was their kind of conversion. You
Start
guys
up, cuz.
Pretty high. You're going to be returning more
Let
money to
me
shareholders.
start this.
Share buyback plans
Let's do the
by
boat
end of the third
race.
quarter. We've already had 2 dividends.
No, I'm gonna do the boat race.
It's integrating the businesses we
I gotta-
acquired 6 months ago. It's launching strong with this new Paramount CBS
Yeah,
deal.
fresh off the
It's
boat.
continuing all the momentum we have with Netflix and WWE, and then it's capital return.
Like, just real quickly, since we have another second here, on CBS, they're going to simulcast the fights on CBS all of them on Saturday
Well,
night.
there's 43 total fights. There's
Okay.
30 fight nights, and then there's
I'm gonna do it
13
now.
premium events that are roughly every month. There's 2 in 1
Which
month.
would have been the paper.
That's right. And CBS.
It's that $60 that
So we're
Rodolphus
getting-
donated
we're getting the brand, we're
on the
getting
giveaway
reach,
channel.
and they'll get the signups.
Okay, guys, always appreciate you taking time and being here. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
he made $2,000 payout on the day trader
Just
freebie that he
all right,
won
you're
from
gonna
me.
get from me next week. By the way, any other sports out there you guys want to own? I mean, is there anything available that you could be bringing in?
Focus in
Yeah,
on
yeah, yeah.
everything we've merged in and cutting the costs and
Took
kind
him
of
2
getting
weeks, but he got the
efficiency.
payout, so
we got a lot of
free
things to launch
$2,000, you know?
at on location.
Can't beat that.
We got FIFA, we got the Super Bowl, we got the Olympics. We
Alright,
got
let me find a
things.
boat for us.
September 13th, Canelo Crawford.
Does anybody care about boxing anymore?
Oh,
UFC?
Go Netflix.
Oh, this is cute. Monster race. Fuck the boat.
Nobody gets tired of gladiators. One-on-one, mano-a-mano. That's
Alright, let me put the names in here.
We're going to be in front of it. Thank you, guys. Harry Emanuel, I'm not guys. I'm just Dave.
Well, emotionally, I think you have multiple personalities.
That's what to know. Harry Emanuel and Mark Shapiro. Carl, send it over to you. Okay.
David's. Meanwhile, getting some breaking news on Ford this morning. Let's get to Phil about. Hey, Phil.
Carl, Ford announcing its next EV platform. This is a platform the company has been working on for a number of years at its Skunk Works operation out in California. Now they're going public with exactly what this platform will be all about. We'll give you the details in terms of investment and jobs in a bit. But the next electric vehicle to come out of this platform, it'll be an electric pickup truck. They are targeting a sales date of 2027. At least they're planning to launch it then. Estimated sales price,
Put it on the
they're shooting for it to
screen.
be about $30,000. That is in a range where they believe they can
We
do well. And
do
look, it's
3
been talked
minutes.
about for some
The
time.
market is
There need to be
slow.
more lower-priced electric vehicles for them to catch on. So how are they doing this? This will be down at their Louisville, Kentucky plant. They're going to be investing $2 billion
Can you see it?
to convert
Okay.
that plant for EV production. They are securing, and that's a key word here, securing 2,200 jobs for electric vehicle production at that plant. But over time, that will mean a 600 job reduction at that plant compared
Alright, I'm
to
about
where
to
they are
start
right
it.
now. The new EV
Let me
assembly
shuffle
is
the
going to be far
character.
faster than the way they make vehicles right now for internal combustion, about 40% faster. Take a look at Ford. Remember, their sales are down about
There's gonna be 2 names on there because this. Oh.
Hyundai and the other competitors selling electric vehicles here in the U.S. And as you look at shares of Ford, keep in mind that they have not made money at all when it comes to electric vehicles. In fact, they lost $1.3 billion on EVs last quarter. Lots to discuss with Ford CEO. Jim Farley. That's coming up next hour.
I don't see Gambit on there. Where are you, Gambit?
Say a big name as it announces this transition to its next generation of electric vehicles. And there are going to be some questions out there, both in terms of the investments as well as securing these jobs, not adding jobs, securing these 2,200 jobs. Guys, back to you.
Come on, T-Rex. I want T-Rex to win. Look at that fast motherfucker. I don't know how.
Securing 2,200 jobs, which ultimately
Oh,
means
duck
600
pop.
jobs. That's not surprising. It takes fewer people to
Yeah,
build
I'll do it
electric
later.
vehicles, especially
Yeah.
if you're building it quicker. That may get some attention. I think
Yeah,
in
I can clip it later.
Washington, D.C.
1 minute left. I don't know.
Just a few moments. We'll bring in the headlines. Top U.S. strategist joins us with his playbook for the volatility. And then after shares of C3 AI plummeting on pace actually for one of their worst days ever. We'll tell you why next.
Look at Neo going up. I don't see you, Mountain. Maybe you're way behind. I don't know. I see Gambit catching up. Look at Gambit. Oh man. Oh, market's dropping. Yeah. In range. 20 seconds. ISIS. Oh, I ain't gonna say shit. I ain't gonna say it. No, Ham. Ham is going. Nice.
Anywhere in the U.S.
He knows. That's too funny. We got another one later for the $100 one. Yeah, I'll do later. So you won $60. That was fun.
Today for your free decision guide. So, if you're on Medicare and want less out-of-pocket costs and more peace of mind, consider adding this.
Look at him. Ham was like 1 second from winning. Wow.
Or this, to call United Healthcare about an
So you got the
AARP
dip?
Medicare supplement plan.
Yeah, tell
Stock
him.
investors, learning to use options could improve your returns when stocks rise and turn losing stocks into winning trades. Our new book can show you how.
I got the book and I read it in a weekend, and it's just like, wow.
On a measurable level, I'm being successful. I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me.
I highly recommend
Yeah, get his
everyone gets
PayPal.
John
I can pay him.
because there's nothing else out there like it.
Get your free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. That's itsnotanoption.com.
Back to the market.
Worldwide Exchange, weekdays 5 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
We do the same thing for TPT for YouTube people.
Platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any
I'm
market,
still not on?
anytime,
Nope.
anywhere. Start streaming.
Oh, was it?
Here are three big movers we're watching. Look at C3 AI. Shares plummeting after issuing preliminary results that were far below estimates, alongside a broad restructuring of its sales and services organization. Stock losing about a quarter of the value right now, down 24%. Bitcoin prices popping back above $120,000, helping boost exposed names like Strategy and Marathon Digital. And then we're also watching the chips. Micron today in particular rallying after raising its forecast this morning for fourth quarter revenue, citing strong demand for its memory chips. Shares up around 50% now year to date. NVIDIA and AMD also higher on this word of U.S. export licenses, with reports that will have to give U.S. government revenues.
Right. Meantime, Citi raising its target for the S&P as it calls out a better than feared earnings season. The man behind that call, top strategist Scott Cronin's with us later this hour. As for the broader markets, relatively flat tape here. S&P 6390, still not too far from some closing highs. Dow's down about 90. Stay with us.
In this collection, we have 3 new styles of leggings that have never been done before. All the leggings are going to give you the butt you've always wanted. No squats required. Get
Oh, you got a payout?
off of my collection when you sign up and become a new Fabletics VIP
Nice.
member.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more?
It said Trump is on, but I don't see him on.
Retiring well isn't a guarantee. It's a goal. It's easy when markets.
Oh, he is on. I had to refresh on YouTube. Yeah.
That's why you need this. Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility. Our stock market outlook constant.
Going to take our capital back. We're taking it back. As the President of the United States, I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control, and you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that. Very good people, but they're tough, and they know what's happened. They've done it before. In addition, I'm deploying the National Guard to help
It's dropping.
reestablish law, order, and public safety in Washington, D.C. And you people are victims of it too. You know, you're reporters, and I understand a lot of you tend to be on the liberal side, but you don't want to get mugged and raped and shot and killed. And you all know people and friends of yours that happened. And so you can be anything you want, but you want to have safety in the streets. You want to be able to leave your apartment or your house where you live and feel safe in going to a store to buy a newspaper or buy something. We don't have that now. The murder rate in Washington today is higher than that of Bogota,
What's the point of him
Colombia,
speaking today?
Mexico City, some of the places that you hear about as being the worst places on earth, much higher. This is much higher. The number of car thefts has doubled over the past 5 years, and the number of carjackings has more than tripled. Murders in 2023 reached the highest rate probably ever. They say 25 years, but they don't know what that means because it just goes back 25 years. Can't be worse. Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged out maniacs and homeless people. And we're not going to let it happen anymore. We're not going to take it. Yeah, just like we did on our southern border. Nobody comes to our southern border anymore. 3 months in a row, we had zero. I don't know if that's right, but the people that do the work, it's a very liberal group of people, actually. They actually said zero for the last 3 months. Nobody thought a thing like that was possible. And, you know, when you say, take a look at numbers, I just saw some charts. These are different cities throughout the world. Red is, okay, the red is a place called Washington, D.C. Look at these. Baghdad is, we doubled up on Baghdad. Panama City, Brasilia, San Jose, Costa Rica, Bogota, Colombia, heavy drugs. Mexico City, I mentioned, Lima, Peru. Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think so. And I think the people in this room, if you wrote correctly, you'd see, look at the kind of numbers we have. DC, 41 per 100,000, number one that we can find anywhere in the world. Other cities are pretty bad, but they're not as bad as that. Is that where you want to live? The reporters of the world?
Coinbase.
Juvenile offenders and crimes against persons, as they say. It's getting worse. Not getting better, it's getting worse.
Yeah, he's on, but
And
it's
we had
really nothing.
recent indication.
It's in this guy's crypto
Story.
payment.
Just left. He quit because he was asked to do phony numbers on crime. We're going to look into that. I think Pam is going to be
Hey,
looking
look at man.
He was asked by the city, I guess. We don't want to show the real numbers. Let me do numbers so it looks like it's going down. Not going down. And under Biden, it was a disaster. And nobody did anything about it. We're going to do things about it like you wouldn't believe. Every American has a constitutional right to be able to access and petition their government in safety, and countless federal officials and employees likewise have the right to carry out their jobs in peace without being shot. As you know, I lost a very good person a while ago, was shot waiting for his wife. He was in the car, they robbed his car, they shot him, they killed him like there was nothing to him. She was walking to the car, it's a horror show. This issue directly
Ooh,
impacts
Freeland's in calls
the
down.
functioning of the federal government.
Man.
Is a threat to America, really. It's a threat to our country. We have other cities also that are bad, very bad. You look at Chicago, how bad it is. You look at Los Angeles, how bad it is. Other cities that are very bad. New York has a problem. And then you have, of course, Baltimore and Oakland. We don't even mention that anymore. They're so far gone. We're not going to let it happen. We're not going to lose our
I might
cities
switch
over this.
channel.
This
Hey.
will go further.
Yeah, but it's nothing important though.
You're learning this next thing together. We get it. Find a caregiver who does too. When it's not you, it's care.com.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blend backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
At Public, the high-yield cash account's a no-brainer. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth. and that's exactly what I need.
Custom Ink helps us motivate our students to come here. We love how Custom Ink takes care of everything we need, so we can focus on the kids.
We make it easy to wow all your groups with high-quality custom apparel, accessories, and promo products, all backed by our guarantee at customink.com.
September 16th in LA, CNBC teams up with two-time NBA champion
Needs
Kevin
7
Durant
seconds short.
for Game Plan, a high-powered event featuring NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman, Monumental Sports and Entertainment,
I want a
Ted
short.
Leonsis, global superstar
3 minutes
Travis
near the
Scott,
top now.
breaking down
We're
compelling
close to it.
opportunities in the business of sports and entertainment. Register now at cnbcevents.com/gameplan.
S&P is coming off its best week since late June. Stocks are mixed as the market tries to add to some of those gains, and investors look ahead to some key data that's on deck later this week. Citi's U.S. equity strategist Scott Cronin's with us this morning. Just raised his target to 6,600 from 6,300. Happy Monday, Scott. Good to have you.
Good morning, Carl.
Is this about an earnings season that's come in pretty strong?
It's about an earnings season that's coming in pretty strong. The difference between the Q2 season and Q1 is that with Q1, you tended to see second half numbers come down. That's not been the case with Q2. So what's happened is that Q2 earnings upside is translating into higher consensus. Interestingly, we're starting to get a sense here that the bulk of the tariff-related concerns are mostly priced into fundamentals. You're seeing some less bad is good play through in terms of company guidance, reflecting a less onerous tariff concern than had been priced in a few months ago.
Let me know you want a
Last
long.
part of this is what we lose in terms of still ongoing tariff headwind. If we begin to gain in terms of some of the potential tax effects coming out of
Is he off TV or still on TV?
Right. How vulnerable short term are we if in fact some of the inflation data this week runs hot?
So we're still vulnerable. We know we're pushing a fairly aggressive valuation setup. We know that sentiment's quite extended for our Lefkovich index. What we note in our update note is that when you get these extended sentiment timeframes, volatility can manifest itself short term in a greater rate than it can when you're in less positive sentiment setups. So yeah, we're very attuned to an expectation that as we go through the back half
Did
of
Trump
the year,
say something?
expect volatility. It's going to be out there. We're not sure where it's going to come from day to day, week to week, but be prepared to buy into related
If it's low a
volatility.
day, I'll buy it up.
What you just said, you said the tax cuts will benefit companies and offset some of the negative impact from tariffs. So does that mean you expect that the companies will eat the tariffs more easily on margins and they won't have to be passed on to the consumer more?
Yeah, Sarah, that's been our storyline for, I think, going on a year now since we first began talking about tariffs. We always felt that you'd have a price elasticity demand issue, company by company, and that we never felt that the consumer was strong enough to really bear the burden of a lot of the tariff pass-through. So our expectation has been for gross margin pressure, and we still think that's the case. What I would point out, though, is that when you look at the companies that are more directly affected by tariffs, and we measure this as a cost of goods sold relative to revenues, we're actually seeing some evidence for those companies that their earnings expectation profiles are starting to improve off of the low levels experienced over the past couple of months.
Meantime, we've made note of some of the names that maybe haven't met expectations on earnings or haven't guided strong enough. They've been punished pretty severely, more than usual, more than ever, actually. And I wonder if that says to you that the market, even at these high valuations and headline levels, remains kind of discerning.
Well, the way we're describing it, Carl, is that you're running into almost two parallel markets. You've got your Mag 7 AI influenced on one hand, the rest of the index on the other. It's really fascinating. Right now, consensus earnings growth for the S&P is for roughly 9% this year. Half of that, literally half of that's from your Mag 7, with the other 493 making the other half. So there is this bifurcation.
I'm gonna set
And
up
certainly
the
one of the
pickpocket
storylines
giveaway.
as we go into the back half of this year and look ahead to 2026 is going to be a broadening playbook. Sounds a little bit like deja vu. We were talking about this a year ago this time, but the setup continues to point us down that path. Obviously, I think some Fed ease into the back half of the year would support that as well.
Q-tip did.
Does that Does that filter down to small, to the Russell, or is that a waiting game that remains?
Well, it's still a waiting game, but it's interesting. Off the April lows, small caps perform more or less in line with the S&P, with both of which have lagged NASDAQ. So, our messaging on small cap is that it's a little bit premature to make a coast is clear all-in sort of call here, but the valuation circumstance is sufficiently disconnected from large cap that you want to start dipping your toes into that water.
Right. Still waiting on all-time highs on that one. Scott, it's going to get interesting next few days. Stay close. See you soon. Scott,
take care.
Still to come, Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick with reaction to the company's earnings report, plus an update on the highly anticipated release of Grand Theft Auto 6. He's going to join us next hour on Money Movers. But first, look at CoreWeave. Shares on a tear since going public back in March. One firm warning investors to expect volatility ahead. We'll explain why when Spark of the Street comes right back.
So you corporate types are rock stars. That's ridiculous. It's rock stars being corporate types. Workday AI agents are making you all rock stars. Sorry.
Alright, that 25K is on YouTube now.
That's a slide. Any
Or
questions?
TPT.
And now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry. Who are they? Oh, interns.
We're interns. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. Right now, I'm gonna show it. I'll show it with you.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
It's on there. 25.
Fresh food plans give dogs good health. Order submitted.
I can tell.
Get 50% off your first box. Only at thefarmerstock.com.
We ran a promotion cutting the price of Mint Unlimited in half. And it was so popular, we're doing it again. It's like a sequel that's actually as good as the original. Maybe better. Definitely not worse. Okay, it's exactly the same.
Overtime's about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always looking.
Closing bell overtime, weekdays 4 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Your financial journey starts with your own ambitions, but that doesn't make it a solo mission. Money is a tool to help yourself
Order
and the ones
bill.
you love the most. Saving up for your first home and setting up for your firstborn, paying down debt and paying it forward when you can. At Thrivent, we help plan your finances for something bigger than money, because sometimes all you need to make a difference is someone to help you make it happen. Thrivent, where money means more.
Is Trump still on? Okay. Oh, Gambit, get your tickets on YouTube for the 25K TPT. And then you can YOLO that.
Shares of CoreWeave are higher after JP Morgan raised its price target on the stock to $135 from $66. The analyst saying he's positive on CoreWeave's business pipeline. However, he did warn that there would be
Oh, I already got out. I showed at 42, got out 38.
stock volatility. CoreWeave does report
The squeeze on my radar screen. That's a lot. It might be to the upside. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, they're facing this lockup date of August 14th, maybe some volatility there, but just in general, demand for AI, right? And for data centers, and the fact that there's a lack of supply seems to help.
Yeah, I mean, coming out of earnings season and given what we heard from Alphabet and Amazon and Microsoft and Meta, there is no shortage of CapEx spending here whatsoever. anybody who was concerned perhaps has had their fears put aside for now. And that obviously is a benefit to CoreWeave that builds these data centers for so many of the hyperscalers who are amongst their biggest customers. The lockup is something people should keep in mind. We'll see how many shares actually are sold, but it obviously does free up an enormous amount of shares to potentially be sold. And then there's the Core Scientific deal. The stock is down since they announced that, although it's gaining ground right now, and there is opposition to that deal. It was made clear last week in a proxy filed by one of their large investors at Core Scientific. But they don't have a shareholder vote on that yet, so that's still to come. But the overall theme, to your point, remains intact, which is they are a huge beneficiary of all that spending.
That's true. Remarkable. Microsoft and NVIDIA, just the two, are 15% of the S&P. It's the biggest weight for any two names
Nice.
in the S&P 500.
You got what, 8 more days now?
Yeah, NVIDIA's what, 8? Microsoft's 7. Yeah.
How many more days do you have
And
to
they
trade
also,
on it?
I mean, I don't know what the CapEx numbers look like. NVIDIA's obviously not in that.
Yeah,
but the
you're low
CapEx
enough.
numbers is for the big 4 or 5.
They all went up after this quarter.
Yeah, they've got
10 days of trading
I mean, that's what's, listen, Sarah,
on
a
the
lot of
fund
people
to
talk
get a
about that.
payout.
Obviously, it's an important component of the overall
Economy.
Yeah.
I mean, keeping things kind of
Oh,
healthy,
right.
And not being too inflationary either when it comes to all that spending. Ultimately, potentially even deflationary when it
3,600.
comes to everything that AI is going to
Once the productivity kicks in.
Right. Offset the tariffs that have
Yeah,
been
so you have to
added.
hit 53,600, and then you can cash out 1,000.
helps the overall market and potentially economy too.
Although down today, down 150. Interesting.
You got
news
it.
on the Dow components. Cat, once again, the big laggard, along with
No, it's always like that.
Cisco to the downside, actually being led today by UNH.
Yeah.
That's new. When we come back, the CEO of Ford's with us talking this new $2 billion bet on EVs and how tariffs are impacting their business. That's when Money Movers begins after this.
Yo, Q-Tip, get your raffle tickets on YouTube
Now connects every corner of
or your
business,
TPT.
putting AI to work.
I know you like TPT.
Every corner. Every corner, Nick. So, Kate in HR, okay, focus on the people, not process. AT&IT is using AI agents to deal with the small stuff.
Oh, I gotta tell. Where's Jack?
Agents solve customer problems before their products.
Oh, so we all work better together.
My work here is done.
Excuse me, which way back?
Type Bugatti. How many tickets do we have? We have 35 tickets. 20 minutes left. We'll do the race. Come on, I just need $80 more on this day trade and get my payout. But I don't want to take a trade.
Eczema isn't always red. But now, eczema isn't always going to stop you with Eblis.
Yeah.
Eblis is a once-monthly treatment to help those with moderate to severe eczema find real itch relief and real results. Like skin that's still more clear at 1 year. Don't use if you're allergic to Eblis. Allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Eye problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening eye problems. You should not receive a live vaccine when treated with Eblis. Before starting Eblis, tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection.
Skin that's still more clear, even at 1 year? Clearly, it's possible with Eblis.
Talk to your doctor about Eblis for eczema.
Some people like doing things the hard way, like doing their finances with a spreadsheet instead of using Quicken. Quicken pulls all your financial info together in one place and updates it automatically. How easy is that?
Possession of evidence in an unlawful cover.
I help people see things they shouldn't. It's my job.
Growing up in New York City, I was always fascinated with architecture. When I got to CNBC, there was no real estate beat, so I pitched it. Then almost immediately, the housing crisis hit. It was insane. Ambition is reinvention. You have to keep moving forward.
Almost near the bottom, halfway through. Maybe we get 680
Ryan's
again.
family's financial future is their advisor, helping them grow their wealth and share it across generations. And behind their advisor are Vanguard's institutional quality bond funds, powered by smart, repeatable strategies. Fact is, 90% of Vanguard's active bond funds outperformed their peers over the last 10 years.
We can get behind that.
Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard.
This is my coffee shop. We just moved into a bigger space, brought on another employee, and ordered new branded gear for the team. It was so easy. I just chose my products, added our logo, and placed my order. Bring your own team together with custom gear. Get started today at customink.com.
I know how to make slick-looking goggles/glasses, but I have no idea how to make slick-looking social media stuff.
But GoDaddy Hero uses AI to create social content out of thin air, like this one.
All goggles glasses are great gifts.
Apex only 7% short.
At AT&T Business, we guarantee our best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans.
No, 7%, 7.
Your employees having a similar work style. You hired them. Or your staff, all having the same vibe. I like this style. And your design team being on the same page.
Bold choice.
For 2002.
What AT&T does guarantee are best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans for any employee. And we mean any.
It's a moment.
You had all the rights in the world to try to replace a commissioner, but that is maybe a bridge too far.
Then they announced a couple of 100,000. Where did those numbers come from? The person who's going to head up the Fed.
There are two other names that have been mentioned in the press. One is the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent.
I love Scott, but he wants to stay where he is.
We got 7 minutes into the race.
With India because their tariffs are so high. So we settled on 25%, but I think I'm going to raise that very substantially.
Assembled in America.
Well, what happened if all the car companies did the same?
Ooh, what a pump.
They were
Nice.
You'd have up to 15 new plants.
In America.
Nobody's committed to America.
And who benefits from that? You do.
Now lease Bronco Sport for $299 a month, or lease Bronco for $399 a month. See your best in Texas Ford dealer.
Well, she's not the easiest person to please. Right, Mama?
She needs things to be just right.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, we do love her. That's my mug, isn't it?
But she needs a place of her own, and fast.
Thankfully, she's on Redfin. Redfin updates their listings every 2 minutes.
That means every 2 minutes, there's a chance we'll be back to having our porridge in peace. Oh, wow. This one's just right. Is she leaving? Yes.
When I started Walton Goggins goggle glasses, I had no idea what I was doing. But GoDaddy Aero does, using AI to build
2 minutes
logo,
this time.
website, and social content. So I can let the world know your goggles ain't goggins.
That's long enough because we gotta do the other giveaway, the other Discord. We got another Discord cash giveaway. Are you guys ready? I'm gonna start it.
Shipping manager left the find himself, leaving you lost. You need to hire. Indeed you do. Sponsored jobs on Indeed are 2.5 times faster to first hire. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Probably short. See Chris. Oh look, Jack is like coming up. Not a lot of time though. I don't even see you. Oh, I see you. Yeah, I see you. Way down there, up there. Well, Dallas is doing good. Oh shit, 30 seconds. That Gambit's not nowhere up there. He is. Oh, 15 seconds. No, what the fuck is Kite's doing? Hope Kite doesn't win. Nope, nope, someone's getting it. Oh, that was a close one. Bull Penguin, good job. Yeah.
Here, bottles, bags, hats, and teeth delivered on time to energize your customers and your team.
Okay, let me
Race
pay,
now to
get his stuff, and I'll do the other cash giveaway.
Weeknights.
No, he's not.
And you need to obey that mantra because if you're not willing to trust a company as great as Apple, what is the darn point of owning any individual stocks anyway?
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
We have concerns with lots of American companies that come on Squawk Box, they do business in China.
You should be concerned with the companies that don't.
Is he even here?
Squawk Box. Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
See on Edge be some people who look at this and say,
He looks stupid. I'm so tired from the book reading. It's hard to see people here. There's too many. I see him coming up. Oh. Oh, Alex, come on. No, it's a different one from the $100 bill one. It's a giveaway channel. Yeah, that's a giveaway channel in our Discord. Six second. Who's gonna win? Caveman looks like he's gonna win. Yep, he won. Nice. Alright, we'll do another one because that's just $50. Race again. Shuffle.
Last question here.
I should pick another one. Yeah, I need to pick another race.
Results. You talked about the disappointment that you guys have with regard to some of the tariffs that have been put in place. Let's say for Japan, you were concerned about Korea, which was announced a day later at just a 15% tariff. That it still puts forward at a cost disadvantage, even though you're manufacturing here in the United States. Have you relayed that to Howard Lutnick and the folks in the Trump administration?
Get the names again.
Yeah, for 6 months. And that is true. That's all true. We think a $4,000 to $5,000 advantage for them. But look, we found incredible support from Howard, the President of the United States.
He should be. Hold on, did you thumbs up on the $100 bill?
To invest here in
Yeah,
Louisville.
let me make sure.
Fine if it's EV or Super Duty or a Mustang or a Bronco. The key thing is we need to work with them to have
notepad.
a policy, especially for the parts, to
Yeah,
be
you in there.
reasonable for a company like Ford. There should be no reason that the most
Yeah, you
American
on
car
there.
company like Ford should be disadvantaged with tariffs.
I'm gonna shuffle
We
these.
have a great relationship
And
with the
we're
Trump
about to
administration.
go.
We're talking to them every day, Phil. We will
Yeah.
find a solution.
Yeah, I saw your name, SK. Oh, I see my name on there too. I don't know. Can't pay my own money. Oh, look at that. Look at that, dude. Kick little man. 20 seconds. You got this. Oh, look at Mar coming back. Big booty. Look at him. Let's go, Mar. Nope. It's fading back. Anthony. No, Anthony's gonna win. No, no, no. Someone's coming back. Oh, Sean. Nice. Sean won. That was fun. What a comeback.
It's a.
Alright, that's done.
Never happened.
need some American people to read this.
Products also pose a security risk. We'll get to that story after a short break.
Bye.
Tech Check is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Behind this couple's financial future is their advisor, who's building a portfolio designed to meet all their needs. And behind their advisor are Vanguard's institutional quality bond funds, powered by a deep bench of experts.
Who's that guy that got uncapped?
Fact is,
Josh.
90% of Vanguard's active bond funds outperformed their peers over the last 10 years.
You get behind that.
Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard.
I struggled with drinking for 15 years until I tried medication proven to curb alcohol cravings. That's why I founded Or Health, to help others drink less or quit. 3 out of 4 Or Health members smokers drink less within 2 weeks. Text TV to 710-710 to learn more. For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest.
Oh wow, what a pump.
The #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended B brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own, and fast. Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They got
He
big
doesn't
deals
listen,
every 2
dude.
minutes.
I ain't gonna say
And with
anything
so
about
many
him.
options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right.
Yeah, when he blows, you can go MIA.
Why should you trade options rather than stocks? Because they offer higher returns, are cost effective, and can actually reduce risk. Learn how in our new book. Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. It's not an option.com.
When I started Walton Goggins goggle glasses, I needed a website. And GoDaddy Hero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast
I
that
haven't.
my customers' noggins.
While they're shopping for goggins for their noggins.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I mean, Indeed.
Indeed, you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Every day, I'm checking the market
Oh,
throughout
looks
the
like I might go up
session,
more.
working
I
with
gotta
builders,
cancel my
talking to
short. I don't
sources
think the
to
short
share
would be good.
insights, information, and all of the details
Cancel
that you
this
need
one.
to make money.
Closing
Cancel
bell over
that
time for
one.
Easter and streaming
Oh,
on the
I'm about to end my stream in 7 minutes.
NBC+.
I have 3. But it looks like it's gonna go up more, so I'm not gonna touch it. Trump is still on, right? Man, I didn't trade anything today. Zero Apex today. Are you up though? A lot or no? A lot? What are you crying about?
Get excited
Yeah.
when you grow bigger. Yeah, you might fall down, get scared, but you always know it's good to you. All the best parts of being little, that's the very
Oh, TBT, you can back quick. You got a credit now, 25K. The winner earlier.
President saying the press
On
conference
YouTube, he
that
got
the
his
NVIDIA
account now.
H20 chip is obsolete, but said there's still a market for them in China, and that comes after Chinese state media accused them of being a national security risk because of potential backdoors. Our Eunice here
Later,
has more
buddy.
on that in today's Tech Check. Hey, Eunice.
So in several posts by a social media
Google,
account that's
where's
linked
your
to
mic?
State TV, the Chinese were suggesting
ES bot
that
is long.
the Chinese
And
don't
Q bot's
actually
still
have to buy
long.
this particular
Yeah, I
chip.
think it's gonna go
Yuan
up more.
Tiantian called the H20 far from safe for China. It says that NVIDIA needs to substantiate
Me
its
too.
claims that it has no
Later, guys.
so-called backdoors in those chips. It alleges that installing backdoors is a condition by the U.S. government to easing its